And she starts camp on Monday, so she's going to be on the snow.
The time is now 5:30 exactly on Wednesday, June 18, 2025, and this is the public meeting of the State Board of Education will now come to order. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Director Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Barnes.
Present.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer. Representative Ting.
Present.
Representative Best.
Present.
Representative Chang.
Present.
Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Goulet.
Here.
Representative Henderson. Representative Johnson Law.
Good evening and present.
Representative Thompson.
Present.
Representative Williams. Representative Patterson.
Present.
Mr. President, you have quorum.
Thank you. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? Seeing none, there's a motion to adopt the agenda. Can I get a motion?
Motion to
Motion
adopt
by
the
Johnson
agenda.
Law. Can I get a second? Second by Goulet from Ward 3. I will now ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We now have the minutes from our June 4th working session. Is there a motion to adopt these minutes?
So moved.
So moved for Representative Henderson. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded. I'm going to go with our student representative, Philippe Barnes, if that's okay. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt the minutes for our June 4th working session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Good evening. I am Dr. Patterson, the at-large representative and president of the State Board of Education. On behalf of the State Board, I want to welcome guests and members of the public, including those who are watching live via the District Knowledge Network, to our public meeting. These meetings typically take place on the third Wednesday of each month in the Old Council Chamber at 441 4th Street Northwest. However, the State Board will not be having a public meeting in July. We will be on break. Our next public meeting will be on Wednesday, August the 20th. This evening, we have 18 public witnesses who have signed up to share testimony. We encourage the public to sign up every month at SBOE.dc.gov. Congratulations to all of our DC graduates, including 3 of our representatives who are all here present. We are thrilled to celebrate you at the SAC Senior Celebration and look forward to recognizing you again this evening. Related to this, the State Board is currently accepting applications for our high school graduation requirement task force. We are looking for a wide range of voices to be represented on the task force, including students, families, educators, community advocates, and representatives from district agencies, higher education, workforce development, and business. If you know of someone who is interested, please apply at our website, sboe.dc.gov. I will now turn to our State Superintendent, Dr. Mitchell, to share OSSI's remarks. I'm sorry to rush you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. It's always a delight for me to come and share what's going on at OSSI with this august body as well as with the public. Really pleased to join you. It's an exciting time across the board. For some, it's the start of summer, which is fantastic. For OSSI, it's a time for the extended school year for our student transportation team. It's time for our staff to begin preparing all of the activities and priorities for the start of the next school year. And it's time for the budget season. The budget season has been really, really long this year, and it continues. Moreover, thousands of students across DC are graduating. I'd like to extend my hearty congratulations to all of the graduates, and especially to those that are sitting on the dais. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much for the service that you have rendered. It's greatly appreciated. Your representation of your peers has been fantastic, and I wish you the very best in your futures. So now I'd like to share a few updates from OSSI and the work that we've been doing. First, I've got a very exciting announcement about OSSI DOT transportation. Last week, we launched a new OSSI parent portal for students utilizing OSSI student transportation services. Because parents and guardians know what's best for their child, OSSI Department of Transportation, the parent portal gives families of students who have disabilities and who have transportation as a required service, we're giving those families the power to choose how their child will get to school. I'm excited for these families because they will now have more control over their child's transportation. Families can opt out of transportation. They can opt to apply for a $400 a month parent stipend program, or they can request to continue the OSSI bus services that they may already have. I'd like to encourage all families who are eligible to receive OSSI DOT transportation services to log into this portal, which is on the OSSI website, and make their selection as soon as possible. This really helps us begin to create the routes and make the routes much more timely, gives us the opportunity to plan more for the start of the next school year. Happy to say that this process should only take about 5 minutes to complete. And if families need help, we are holding in-person office hours at 10:50 on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 7 p.m. Please know that families can also receive assistance from our Family Resource Center hotline, which is operating from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday through Friday. Next, the budget. We are in the midst of budget season, as I said earlier. OSSI had its budget oversight hearing on June 4th. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 26 proposed budget helps OSSI put more learners on the pathway to achievement and success by adding nearly $9 million for services for students with disabilities, $7.4 million to expand pre-kindergarten capacity, $3 million for high-impact tutoring, and more than $500,000 to create 50 dual enrollment CTE seats at the new Ward 8 Advanced Technical Center. We're really excited about all of those investments and looking forward to what the City Council will do as it approves the final budget. Moreover, even in this difficult fiscal climate, the Mayor's proposed budget continues to increase core funding for schools by increasing the per pupil funding by 2.7% in fiscal year 26, and that equals an increase of $123 million for our schools. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, DC is a national leader in per pupil funding, and our at-risk funding weights ensure that schools serving students furthest from opportunity receive the most financial support. I want to say that I very much appreciate everyone who came out to support OSSI and OSSI's budget priorities, such as high-impact tutoring. I also appreciate those who came to offer constructive criticism of our budget, as dissent is both a fundamental right in a democracy and an important public accountability mechanism. I'm pleased our social studies standards reinforce this point. A few general updates and then I will be through. Now I would like to provide a few quick updates. We published validated attendance data for the first third of this school year. These data showed that DC's chronic absenteeism rate improved by 3.1 percentage points through November, and we anticipate publishing updated data in the middle of the very soon. We completed our annual spring DC report card update to provide financial data on all DC schools and LEAs. You can now review a school's report card to find out how much money a school is getting, the sources of their funding, and how they are spending their money according to common financial reporting standards. You can also download spreadsheets with information on how schools are spending their at-risk dollars. I'm pleased to share that we recently completed DC's first school climate survey. It's called the DC Survey About Your School, or DC Says. We shared LEA results with leaders at the beginning of June, and we shared school-level results with principals today. We are very thankful for the thousands of students, staff, and families who took the time to participate in DC Says, and I do mean thousands, almost tens of thousands. The data are invaluable, and I can't wait to hear how LEAs will use these data to inform their school culture and climate practices. We also just wrapped up the third round of public engagement on reimagining DC's graduation requirements and closed our public survey. My team and I have directly engaged with hundreds of DC residents as we've held dozens of targeted, in-depth conversations about what DC residents and stakeholders want in the district's graduation requirements. We are working hard to create a shared vision for DC graduates. My team is currently reviewing the data from across these engagement sessions, and I look forward to providing the State Board an update very soon. And finally, I'll conclude. I'd like to highlight one more amazing opportunity for district families as you slide into summer break. Our sister agency, the DC Public Library, has a Discovery Summer Initiative from June 1st through June 31st. This initiative is for all ages, citywide. It's a celebration of reading and learning with events and activities that help students maintain their academic skills over the summer. If you have a school-aged child, I highly encourage you to register for the Summer Bingo Board. Search DC Public Library Discover Summer online or stop by your local library to learn more. Thank you for the time and attention. I wish all of you a joyful, safe, and productive start to the summer.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. And honestly, we appreciate the partnership, the collaboration, and especially the things that you're doing in my home ward, in Ward 8. So thank you. At our June 4th working session, the State Board voted to move one of our ceremonial resolutions up on the agenda. I will now entertain a motion to approve CR 25-4, recognizing the organizers of Recess at the Capitol.
So moved.
So moved by Johnson Law.
Second.
I received a second by Representative Best. The motion has been seconded.
Barnes.
What? Oh, Barnes. My bad. My bad. I apologize. It was Representative Barnes, who is also from the great Ward 8. I appreciate that. My fault, sir. Is there, wait a minute, haven't been properly moved and seconded. The motion is to approve SR 25-4. It is open now for discussion. Is there discussion on this particular ceremonial resolution? I acknowledge Representative Johnson Law.
Just really quick, I just want to thank everybody for creating Recess at the Capitol with me. Literally over 700 people came, so to the public who's watching, if you don't know, there were some issues with the budget, congressional issues, and some members of the Ward 8 community and myself got together and thought of this idea, and we really wanted to uplift the children, and we wanted to make sure that people could not even people, but that Congress could see, okay, your policies are impacting people, and you need to look the children in their face, and you need to look their families in the face about what you all are doing to this DC's budget. And so we had one in March, and I believe another in April, and so I just want to, as I look at all the organizers, just thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and just, that was a real show of community. Like, that's what DC Love is about. Over 700 people came together in 48 hours. I think that's a little unheard of. And so I just want to thank everybody for coming to put this together, and I love y'all.
Is there further discussion? And then I will take the opportunity to really commend all the people who were part of Recess at the Capitol. It is no small feat in the District of Columbia to get people out to an event, but to do something of this magnitude in less than about 48 hours from its inception of discussion to the point where everybody were jumping on. It shows the merit of what the cause was. And if those who don't really remember are not aware that may be watching, that we have got $1.1 billion snatched from our budgets, which affect our children. And we felt very strongly about it. Everyone did. And for this to come together and people to show up the way that they did, the result of that particular one was we got the Senate to basically pass their part and send it back to the House. Now, we all know we're still waiting for the House to do their thing, and it's been held up in other politics. But we're not going to belabor the fact that we actually got the Senate to pass a bill strictly on the district about their budget, and that's not a small feat in this type of climate of division. So I want to commend the individuals who are here that are being acknowledged in this particular resolution. It is truly amazing what was accomplished. The fight continues, but we're going to take time to acknowledge that milestone that was reached. So, seeing no other discussion, the motion is to adopt, I apologize. So we're going to now hold the ayes and the nays on this, correct? I moved from my, I just want to make sure. Okay, I'm right. The motion is to adopt this particular SR resolution. What's that? Is there? Did we want to move it, read it into the resolution? I mean, read it into the record? Okay. You may be recognized, Representative. Okay. You want to be, so, Director Butler, will you read that resolution into the record, please?
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution recognizing the organizers of Recess at the Capitol, CR 25-4. Whereas the District of Columbia, led by its executive branch, the mayor, and legislative branch, the Council of the District of Columbia, has maintained a balanced budget for over 20 years. Whereas due to lack of statehood, the District of Columbia lacks budgetary autonomy, and its budget must be approved by the United States Congress. Whereas historically, Congress has enacted general provisions to shield D.C.'s budget from federal government shutdowns and national spending discrepancies. Whereas Congress has passed a continuing resolution on March 11, 2025 that classified D.C. as a federal agency and reduced the D.C.'s budget back to its fiscal year 2024 levels, causing a budget crisis due to the threat of potentially losing $1.1 billion, which would affect local public safety, infrastructure, and education, including the closure of schools. Whereas, in addition to a proposed amendment from Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton and advocacy from Mayor Muriel Bowser and members of the Council of the District of Columbia, local elected officials, activists, and community members also rallied together in response to the budget crisis. Whereas the State Board of Education Ward 8 Representative LaJoy Johnson-Law, Ward 8 resident Allison Kreiner Brown, and Joanna Turner and Christina Hansen of CARE DC collaborated to create, plan, and execute an advocacy event which they named Recess at the Capitol. Whereas their vision was to organize a fun, loud, and proud event during which members of Congress would see in person the children, families, and community members who would be affected by such a harmful cut to the district's budget. Whereas local organizations and campaigns, including the Washington Teachers Union, the Free DC Project, a campaign, DC Action, Empower Ed, the Metropolitan Washington Council of AFL-CIO, and the DC Charter Alliance joined the advocacy efforts. Whereas local elected officials, including the State Board of Education Representative Jacques Patterson, Ben Williams, Robert Henderson, U.S. Representative Oye Owala, and the U.S. Senator Anki Jane, were deeply engaged and served as co-hosts. Whereas, the first Recess at the Capitol event was held on March 13, 2025, brought over 700 D.C. residents, including representatives from organizations and community groups mentioned above, to the U.S. Senate Hart Building, where together they urged the Senate to restore D.C.'s budget to its fiscal 2025 levels. Whereas, after the U.S. Senate unanimously passed the D.C. Local Funds Act of 2025 to restore D.C.'s budget, the organizers of Recess at the Capitol planned a second event, Recess at the Capitol Part 2, on April 7th, where over 300 D.C. residents showed up to continue their advocacy to members of Congress. Whereas students from Lee Montessori Public Charter School demonstrated exemplary civic engagement by participating in Recess at the Capitol Part 1, returning to their school to write handwritten letters to the members of the U.S. House of Representatives, meeting with Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, and then rejoining the effort by participating in Recess at the Capitol Part 2. And whereas the Recess at the Capitol series deserves to be recognized for its impact as a local demonstration that spanned across communities and inspired greater civic engagement among D.C. residents of all ages and backgrounds. Now therefore be it resolved that the D.C. State Board of Education commends the leadership of Ward 8 Representative LaJoy Johnson Law, Allison Kreiner Brown, Joanna Turner, and Christina Hansen of CARE DC, and all other partner organizations for organizing Recess at the Capitol in service of protecting the well-being and financial stability of D.C. residents.
Thank you, Director. Having discussed it, having it been read into the record, there's a motion to adopt SR 25-4. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
It has been moved by Representative Johnson Law. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstention? The motion carries. And now, from my understanding, we're going to take a few photos with the members in the organization of this particular event. So we're going to break just for a quick second to take some pictures with those who have been named out in this particular resolution. If you will come forward.
Will all the members of the D.C. State Board please join them in front for the photo? Thank you.
Y'all just like want to center up right here, the dais. It is very huge. Might have to. All right, y'all. Can we scrunch in a little bit more so we're all close up together?
Okay. If we can get the kids in the front, President Patterson. Okay, y'all need to. Ma'am?
Hey.
Yeah.
Maybe fill in that space over there.
Perfect.
All right.
Brandon? Look at, scoot this way, Brandon. Right in between, no, you stay, Brandon's coming. In between the head space. No, you good. Yeah, like this, all the people behind you, like Khalik. I can't see you. Yeah.
For the most part, yes, we can see everybody.
Yes, now.
Okay. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, hold up 1 second. I'm gonna get one with the flash. That's why I didn't do the flash. Okay. All right, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, after some great hugs and congratulations, I'm going to ask that the representatives return back to the dais, and we will stay on schedule. Thank you again. We will now move on to our panel on the topic of high school diploma and certificate options for students with disabilities. As a reminder, the purpose of our expert panels is to inform the State Board members on a specific topic related to public education. We welcome a wide range of perspectives on each topic so we can use the information to take united action as a board. I will now call on each panelist who I will call, when I call your name, please come to the table. Maria Blauer. Thank you. Hannah Bloomfield Love. Chelsea Kovacs. All right, thank you so much. It's nice seeing familiar faces in front of us. Panelists, each of you will have up to 5 minutes to share your testimony, and then we will move to one round of questions from the State Board. We will begin with Ms. Blauer. Please begin when you are ready. Make sure the mic is on, please.
That would be the green light, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
All right, thank you so much. Proceed.
Thank you. And thank you very much, you all, for inviting me here today. My name is Maria Bloyer. I'm Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education. For those of you who are not familiar with AJE, we are the federally designated Parent Training and Information Center for the District of Columbia, and we also serve as the Family to Family Health Information Center. What this means is that every year we assist hundreds of families through direct services, training, and advocacy in navigating all aspects of the district's public education system. That includes things such as the special education process, navigating school selection, school placement, the IEP process, Section 504, and school disciplinary matters. Unfortunately, and really most relevant for this conversation today, one of the things that is an unfortunate part of our job at AJE sometimes is explaining to families who think their child is about to graduate from high school with a high school diploma that they are not. That instead they have been on a track to receive a certificate of completion, and that is a qualitatively different thing. That is probably my least favorite professional task, to be honest. And one of the things I hope as part of this conversation today and as part of your work with OSSI is that we develop some standards for making sure that families are very aware when their child is on certificate track, when their child is not on certificate track, and what that means. It doesn't just mean they have an IEP, it means they are not earning credits. And this is an incredibly important distinction. And anytime I'm the one telling a family that means there have been multiple failures over years to make sure that there's been adequate and robust communication between the family and the school about what's going on with the student. In addition to that, I also want to talk a little bit about some historical context for this conversation. 10 years ago, my colleague Jasmine Wilkerson, then she was Jasmine Taylor, also testified before this panel on the same topic. I'm going to talk a little bit about what she shared and some of the progress that has happened, but also where some of the gaps still are. I'm very excited to have this conversation and welcome any questions you have as we go through. So I think one of the biggest things I want to talk about are what OSSI has already shared, right? And what they're thinking about in this process and what they're contemplating. Generally speaking, as an organization, AJE is really excited about the possibility of students being able to earn seals and credentials that come from third-party validators. Things like an AP seal or an IB seal or a seal or other indication that they have achieved a particular certification or career in technical education. We think that kind of third-party validation is exactly what students need. And one of the reasons why students need that right now is that the district's graduation standards are incredibly robust. Okay, I think we can all acknowledge that. student achievement in the district, while improving, is not. Okay, I'm not going to rehash that for you. It's in my testimony, and I think this group is more aware of that than you know, the rest of the population. So I'm not going to go over that again, except to remind you that it is worse for students with disabilities, for whom this problem is just compounded. So it is important that colleges, that employers know what a DC diploma means, and that third-party seal could be a very important part of giving the DC diploma some credibility that right now, I think OSSI and UDC have pretty clearly stated sometimes it doesn't have. And that's why we have so many students who need remediation. And I was very excited, honestly, to see the honesty and the transparency in OSSI's documentation about this, where they talked about the fact that UDC, you know, has raised this as a real concern, the level of remediation. And we see that. One thing that I'm often explaining to parents is that earning a grade or a credit is not necessarily representative of student knowledge and mastery the way maybe we want it to be. And that's why we're often pushing for evaluations, particularly for our students with disabilities. So the other thing I wanted to talk a little bit more in detail about is the conversation around Algebra 2. You know, OSSI is contemplating looking at that. You know, we at AJE don't have a firm recommendation around that, but we do have some concerns. And we would just like to point out that for a lot of students, you know, this is the pathway class to higher ed. It's the pathway class to a Bachelor's of Science, but many students experience it as a barrier. I'm going to respect everyone's time, but I'm happy to talk more about this at any time, and I know my colleagues have some great insight. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education and DC community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight as a panelist. My name is Hannah Blumenfeld-Love, and I serve as the program manager for the Ombudsman for Public Education's DC Special Education Hub initiative. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education is an independent office housed within the State Board of Education. The purpose of our office is to serve as a neutral resource for families and schools who need assistance resolving school-based concerns. Through our day-to-day efforts, the office resolves school-based conflicts with the district's public and public charter schools, touching the full range of topics. We facilitate informal meetings and mediations to ensure equitable access to instruction, connect families to resources, and identify and offer policy recommendations to improve educational outcomes for all students. Our office also houses the DC Special Education Hub, which helps DC families understand the complex world of special education through trainings, one-on-one support, and accessible written resources. Thank you for holding this panel as we reimagine the possibilities for ensuring students with disabilities are prepared for a life full of opportunity and choice. Our office has observed several key trends regarding graduation tracks for students with disabilities in recent years, particularly when it comes to the clarity of options and concerns about post-secondary opportunities for students on the certificate track. First and foremost, we have seen a lack of family-facing information about the diploma track versus certificate track. While there is a single page on the DCPS website that outlines the certificate track requirements at DCPS, and several local organizations, including those at this table, provide supplemental trainings and supports for students and families, it is difficult for families to find information that is more specific to their school or LEA. When asked about what track their students are on, many of the families we work with are not sure. Even families who are familiar with the two tracks are often surprised to hear that they have a say in the decision. We often hear, "My student is in a certificate program," or "They said he's on the diploma track," as though it were a foregone conclusion and not a deliberate team decision. These gaps are even truer for families with limited English proficiency, as multilingual resources are even scarcer. The biggest graduation-related concern for any of our families is what opportunities their students are set up to take on next. Unfortunately, the current IEP certificate of completion is commonly not accepted by many vocational schools, training programs, and employment opportunities. Families come to us frustrated when they feel like their student has attended school for nearly 2 decades and leaves with such a limited credential. This also creates barriers where families are resistant to certain programming and support that would otherwise benefit their student because the LEA has tied it to the certificate track. Our office sees the graduation requirement updates as a phenomenal opportunity to ensure the success of all students, regardless of special education status. This includes improving clarity around the track distinctions and enhancing access to opportunity for certificate track graduates. Families shouldn't have to dig to find information about the graduation tracks for their students. We strongly encourage LEAs to develop clear, multilingual, family and student-facing resources that explain the two tracks, what they set students up for post-graduation, and what rights the student and parent or guardian have in choosing between the two. This also includes clear and thorough conversations in IEP meetings so that families know they are part of the decision and they know what each choice entails. Diploma endorsements, or seals, have become more and more common in recent years. These certify student expertise in a certain academic or vocational field and ensure secondary credentials align with post-secondary goals. Now is an opportune time to explore what endorsements might look like for certificate track students. Local workforce development programs like Project Search have been vital in providing students with disabilities the vocational training, career counseling, and job placement they need as they exit secondary school. Creating more opportunities for certificate track students to earn endorsements in areas like hospitality, culinary arts, or other vocations through career and technical education coursework or school-partnered internships could expand opportunities for students to explore different career areas and transition to the workforce with clear, tangible documentation of their enhanced skill set. In closing, the Office of the Ombudsman is eager to continue supporting the State Board's work towards updated DC graduation standards. We look forward to continuing to partner in imagining new possibilities to ensure all students can achieve the career paths they aspire to. We look forward to the board's comprehensive action towards equity and opportunity for all DC students. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak as a panelist. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chelsea Kovacs, and I serve as the Strategy and Programming Director at School Talk. We're a DC-based nonprofit that supports inclusive education and transition services for students with disabilities. I'm also a former special educator and transition specialist with experience in Virginia, New Jersey, and DC. I'm personally connected to tonight's topic because both of my siblings with disabilities earned and benefited from standard diplomas in different ways. Today, I'll share my thoughts on how DC can improve diploma pathways for students with disabilities, especially those who are placed on the certificate track. First, we have to understand the difference between our two diploma options that we have here in DC, our two exit options. Our standard diploma, it shows that students have met standards for college and career readiness. It's recognized by employers and colleges, and it's clearly defined across all of our LEAs. Our IEP certificate of completion is not. It does show that students have met their goals outlined in their IEP, but it is not recognized by employers, and it's not clearly defined across LEAs. Before suggesting opportunities for growth, we need to understand the experiences of certificate-bound students. Students with significant supports are often placed on the IEP certificate pathway by 9th grade. And this decision is usually based on their disability category, their classroom placement, or enrollment in specialized programs such as River Terrace's Workforce Development Program or Project Search. Both, by the way, are only available to certificate track students. Although the certificate gives students time to focus on functional academics, life skills, and job readiness, it doesn't include credit-bearing classes, making it hard for students to switch to a diploma track after they've already been put on a certificate. Certificate pathways look different across LEAs. While our larger agencies like DCPS may have defined courses of studies, our smaller ones, smaller charter schools do not, due to limited staff and resources, creating challenges for students who transfer schools. Often families, as my colleagues have mentioned, often families are not told how the certificate track can affect their child's future. The certificate is not widely accepted by employers or colleges, which can block access to financial aid, further education, and employment. To make diploma pathways more equitable and meaningful for students with disabilities, especially those typically on the certificate track, we can use some 3 key strategies. One, we can learn from other states. Just to name a couple examples of what we're seeing in other states, New Jersey only has one diploma option, but it lets IEP teams adjust diploma requirements based on a student's individual goals so that they can still earn that standard diploma while getting the other specialized supports that they need all the way through age 22. Vermont counts real-world learning, such as various transition programs, job training, community-based instruction, work-based learning, dual enrollment, CTE, towards diploma requirements. Florida and Nevada, they offer CTE or occupational diplomas for students who show strong work skills even if they don't make academic requirements. Arizona and Georgia, they use micro-credentials similar to what we have spoken about earlier. More conversation is needed to determine what looks best for DC, but looking at other states can give us ideas that we might not have already thought about. The next thing we need to do is increase flexibility and support so that more students can earn a standard diploma. Let students work at their own path. At their own pace. Let's create courses of studies that allow students to spread out their diploma requirements up until age 22. Let's allow students, all students, not just students on the diploma pathway, on the certificate pathway, to access those specialized programs so they don't have to choose between a diploma or a transition program that they might need. Let's remove barriers so that students can participate in other college and career readiness programs such as dual enrollment, internships, work-based learning programs, CTEs. The last thing we need to do is we need to improve communication and alignment with our stakeholders. As my colleagues have previously mentioned, we do need to make sure that students have clear and early information about whatever diploma pathways we have and how those affect their future opportunities to support informed decisions. We also need to make sure that we're engaging employers and colleges in this conversation so that students graduate with documentation that is recognized by these partners. I want to close off with just some of my own family experiences. I have 2 very different brothers with disabilities. One is a young man with Down syndrome who earned a standard high school diploma at age 21 through modified requirements, community-based activities, adapted coursework, and extended services. My other brother, my older brother, had an emotional disability and graduated in 4 years from an alternative program that included credit recovery, homebound instruction, and individual support. Both of them were able to use that standardized diploma in order to gain access to community college and jobs. I appreciate the opportunity for speaking today.
Thank you so much. Director Butler will now call the round of member questions. Each member, you will have 3 minutes. A reminder to our members that 3 minutes include both the time to ask the questions and the panelists to respond. Director Butler.
Representative Barnes.
Great, thank you. Thank each and every one of you for your testimonies. First, I'm gonna start off with Ms. Bloomfield. Bloomfield, I hope I said that right. So I heard you definitely mention that a lot of them don't know about, with the difference between the certificate and the diploma. And considering that, I want to know, how can the state board ensure that students and families are fully informed in their home language, that they have a choice in this graduation track?
That's a really great question. So a couple things here. One, of course, is just always sharing the information. So making sure that it's not only a conversation that's happening once a year, once the kid is old enough in an IEP meeting, but it's something that we're talking about in the community. It's something that you can easily look up and reference. And it's always, always advocating for multilingual resources and the resources necessary to ensure those are in place. So, of course, families have a right to those resources, but often it can be challenging to access them at the school level. So ensuring, again, families know about their rights to access that, and then schools are equipped with the tools they need to ensure that those are available.
Great, thank you. And then now to Ms. Chelsea, you definitely mentioned the different states between like New Jersey and Vermont. They created these flexible diploma and stuff like that. And, I definitely do believe that students deserve the same opportunity here in DC, right? So my question to you would be, what specific policies or practices can we adopt from those states to create some sort of alternative program for our DC students and accommodate, their specific strengths and needs?
I do think that rather than having programs that, like, in order for you to access our self-advocacy curriculum, you need to have a certificate. How can we use the curriculum from those courses as pieces of, to maybe help us get some of those requirements towards our standard diploma, maybe trade them out or waive them out? I could give a little bit clearer example of my brother in New Jersey. In New Jersey, you needed to have a world language requirement, which was not accessible to him. But he was engaged in speech language services, and within those, he did learn American Sign Language to help augment his speech. And so that was able to waive out that world language requirement as an IEP team decision.
Great. And then finally for you, I want to ask, what accountability measures should the State Board of OSSE consider to ensure that families clearly understand their options, considering that there is a consequence behind not knowing?
I do think that when we're looking at, this is an IEP team decision, and everything is supposed to be based on data. So when we are making that decision between a diploma track and an IEP certificate, what does the data actually say? That is actually saying that this IEP certificate is going to benefit me more than a standard diploma.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Mayer.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. I'd like to start with you, Ms. Kovacs. I'm curious if you could elaborate on the most common differences that LEAs have in their definitions of certificate tracks and how that most commonly affects student and family experience.
Yeah, and so DCPS, one of our largest LEA here, they do have very clear course of study for students. They have course codes that students can follow. Some of our public charter schools do not have that. For example, I was providing technical assistance to a school earlier this year. They had one student on the certificate track that had transferred into the school. And this was a fairly new school. They didn't even have up to 12th grade yet. They did not know what to do. They did not know, what does this certificate track mean for this student in this school? So I did coach them through. First, let's determine, is this track still appropriate for the student? What data do we have to prove that? And eventually they did wind up moving the student back to a diploma track, but it did put them back. Like, the student was a junior and did not have those credit courses. So there was that time that they had essentially lost.
Do you have any advice on how the State Board could support standardization of definitions and requirements?
I mean, I think definitely having requirements for IEP teams to really look at, like, what data are you looking at before you're making that decision to go to the certificate trackway, and then making sure that your certificate track has a clear course of study moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much. And Ms. Blauer, could you walk me through communication between schools and families that should be happening around this and where the most common deficits are?
I think we see a great example of it right now in this conversation, where we keep using the word diploma track or different diploma tracks. The district has one diploma track. The other one's a certificate, and that is not a high school diploma. And we need to be crystal clear in that language the whole time. So that is, I think, just a great example of how it goes south quickly. And then I think another example of that is the fact, and this is very much what my colleague from School Talk was talking about, the district has something of an artificial division between these two things. So students aren't moving in between certificate track and diploma track at all. And there are artificial barriers to programs and classes that would be beneficial to students on both sides of that. For example, a lot of our students who may have autism or an intellectual disability may need a lot of support around secondary transition activities, but they also may still be able to access some credit-bearing classes. We can have them moving across as long as there is clarity about what is what. I would also encourage generalized some more public education around what a credit is.
Yes.
Because that is hugely misunderstood, and I apologize.
Thank you.
Representative Ting.
Bluesfeld from the Office of the Ombudsman. How would you recommend? I know you were talking about like having these things being known in the community, but would you recommend perhaps separate meetings biannually or annually, Do you have any, like, off the top of your head, like, recommendations for standards on just making sure that families are in the same room with someone who knows, like, what they're talking about regarding this?
I mean, I think the first thing there is making sure that as many people know what they're talking about as possible. As my colleague was mentioning, making sure that everyone is crystal clear, including every teacher that the student interacts with, including us in this room, so that this isn't a conversation that has to wait for once annually. This is a conversation we can have anytime, in the same way we might talk about, oh, what colleges are you looking at? Or, which course are you looking at for your science credit next year? We can talk about, oh, so let's talk about these tracks and let's talk about what they mean, so that it is a clear standard thing we know across the board, and don't necessarily have to have these formal times exclusively where we talk about it.
All right, yeah, thank you. And then for, if I were like a concern, like family or something, what specific agency, like who do I go to? I'm sorry, like I just don't know like exactly who is responsible for like what. And that could be anybody.
Well, of course, I'm going to answer and say the Office of the Ombudsman for
Okay.
Public Education. We are one of the resources that's out there to support families, but of course, my colleagues here also provide lots of support for families, and we are happy to share in the work to get this done.
Okay, thank you for all the work you guys do, and thank you for showing up to the piano.
Representative Best.
Hey everyone. Good to see you, Hannah. So I have a question for you all. So it's been a little while since I've been in that world, but I know obviously like they have the annual meetings, and then they're meeting every 3 years to like change certain things as well. But like, what would be like the process for a student to move between tracks? You know, and I know that once again, it could happen during IEP meetings, like they could have the discussions, but like, is there actually like a pathway for that to happen that could be clear and streamlined? And the reason why I'm asking, I'm trying to think about like the difference between like the federal laws and then like what we could do locally. And so that's the question, like what do we have power to do locally versus what's mandated federally that we can't touch?
I'll be mindful of the time and quick, because I know I think my colleagues want to talk about this too. There's a lot you can do.
Okay.
You can have a conversation around the track at any time. It doesn't have to be in an IEP meeting. You can do it when you sign up for classes. You know, students with disabilities have to register for classes in high school just like everybody else, and we can have that conversation then. There is not actually a cement wall between these two tracks. A student with a disability can take, you know, a credit-bearing class. And I think having the ability to have that conversation, and then the other thing, and I think that Ms. Kovacs gave great examples of this, we don't have to have the time and the way students earn credits look the exact same way for every student. It can take 6 years, it can take 7 years. That is something we have flexibility and the ability to do, and it drives me nuts that we don't do it.
So I guess my question is, I'm sorry.
The transition process in the IEP process. Our IEPs are supposed to have post-secondary goals that have a clear course of study on how do I reach that.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about our course of study, that's when we're also talking about our diploma track options and how do they align.
The reason, I'm sorry for rushing. The reason why I'm asking that question is because as we start to think about the graduation requirements and the things that students need, if a student starts off on a track that's different, like and they move halfway through, would they still be able to achieve that diploma status if they started on a?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
They'd just be 15 when they started, and they're eligible to stay until they're 22.
Okay.
So they absolutely have time to do it, and they can come off of it and go back. And it also means that maybe other programs that we have in the district for adult education might be more accessible to them as well. So they could maybe earn their diploma by the time they're 25 or 30. So absolutely, you can move back and forth.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Chang.
So this is a historical question, either for the three of you or for our policy team. I'm curious if folks know what the original intent behind the certificate program was when it was formed, and who was it supposed to serve? What problem was it trying to solve?
Oh dear, I love how everyone looks at Maria for this. So I think that, you know, IDEA, originally there wasn't a certificate track, right? There was just a non-diploma. And we needed to give a name to what students with disabilities who were unable to earn a high school diploma got. And so we made a certificate track. But I think what Ms. Kovacs said a moment ago about smaller LEAs not having anything, they really sometimes have nothing. They don't have a curriculum. OSSI has really done a good job in the last few years of encouraging them to develop a curriculum and a standard and attaching some meaning and weight to this thing called a certificate, but it is I often, and this is painful to say, I often call it a legally insignificant document and a legally insignificant event because it doesn't stand for a proposition of anything and it doesn't terminate the student's eligibility for specialized instruction under IDEA. So they could get their certificate of completion, hang out at the summer and do something else, and then come right back to school as long as they weren't 22. Because their eligibility under IDEA would not have terminated.
Right, and I think I understand the limitations you're naming and the value of the certificate. And what I'm trying to understand is, you know, what was the reasoning behind not providing the diploma track for everybody to begin with? And do those reasons still exist?
I think there are some students for whom there are significant barriers to obtaining a high school diploma. For example, if you are not someone who is verbal, if you are not someone who is capable of, if you've got a significant intellectual disability, let's say, you know, a typical high school diploma might not be available to you. That does not mean, however, and I want to be crystal clear about this, the vast majority of our students with disabilities can and should get a high school diploma. The vast majority. Yeah, so hopefully that helped.
And
I also do think that it came from as our diploma, as like No Child Left Behind came, and then ESSA, as we started to clearly articulate what our state diplomas look like, and we were realizing there are those students that are, you know, may not be, or as we're starting to get monitor on that, like, are you getting that in 4 or 5 years? And that some of our students may take more than 4 or 5 years to get that.
Okay.
And how are we kind of mapping that out and how we're being monitored?
One follow-up thing that you named that I'd love if you could send over to us is the data that you named on certificate versus diploma outcomes for employment, access to higher ed. That would be very helpful.
Representative Colson.
Good evening. Thank you all for your testimony. I learned a great deal. I always like to think about implementation, and I like to think about de facto versus de jure, right? And so all three of you all have talked about communication, and all three of you all have touched about accessibility and moving from one track to another. My question is, if we know that we have poor communication or there's room for improvement with the communication, when we have come to these forks in the road where families are now learning something different than what they thought, you know, was happening, how do we remedy that? How do we fix that? Does that happen, and can you speak to that? I'm just concerned that maybe there's a possibility for students to switch, but that's not actually happening.
IDEA has a reasonably robust dispute resolution system. It's not accessible to everyone, but that is a possibility. But you would have to demonstrate that there'd been a denial of FAPE. And unfortunately, that can be harder to do. And then there's a statute of limitations issue. If you're looking at the student's been in school for 4 years, you know, they've had 4 years on certificate track, they could have been on diploma track. Well, you can only go back 2 years under the statute of limitations unless you can demonstrate that a family, you know, should have been given information and they weren't, or the denial was hidden from them. So there's real barriers there, but it is possible to go back. And I think that is the one thing that is significant, and I'll let my colleagues answer or add to that.
If you can't speak to it, can your colleagues speak to it? You said it should be accessible to everyone. Why isn't it accessible to everyone?
The dispute resolution system?
Yes.
Because it requires attorneys, and attorneys
Gotcha.
are very expensive, and the district has instituted some problematic barriers to that. AJE is a small organization. We can't support all families. The Ombudsman's office does an amazing job with a lot of what they do. They can't provide direct representation, and it is very difficult to get a government agency to fund compensatory services without litigation.
So what I'm hearing is that there could be students who are on certificate tracks who are not informed, who could be on diploma tracks, but then they are not able to litigate and advocate for themselves.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield.
Representative Goulet.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for their testimony on this. This is extremely helpful to me. And let me just see if I can summarize kind of what you're recommending here. And I know there may not be unanimity on it, but I mean, it sounds like what we're saying is we shouldn't have basically two silos, you know, one for a high school diploma and one for a certificate, because that then limits what students can do later. Now, I was looking at what New York State does, and they have 3 different tracks there, but all of them are diplomas. So, I mean, what I'm kind of gleaning from your testimony, and see if this makes sense, is that we should have like an occupational diploma track that's actually a high school diploma. There should be crossover where students who have the skills to be able to go to work can also take courses, you know, that a student getting a standard diploma would be getting. And then, I mean, what I think the standard should be is using those micro-certifications you talked about to certify that the student then is job ready. And that should be the goal. Like if a student can graduate from high school, whether they do it at 22 or they do it earlier, and they're job ready, I feel like they should have a high school diploma. I mean, that just seems to make sense. Like, I don't know why we would restrict a high school diploma just to students on a college track, because the goal is to make students college or work ready. So if a student is work ready, I feel like they should be graduating with a high school diploma. We could call it a occupational high school diploma, but it should be a diploma, because if they don't have the diploma, I think what you're saying is that that just limits everything into the future. There may be some students, I think we would acknowledge, that have disabilities that are so severe that they can't really be job ready after high school, and I can see a certificate of attendance for students with severe disabilities. But I mean, I think you've convinced me that I think what we need to be doing is having the vast majority of students who have IEPs craft those IEPs into a track that gets them a diploma that is an occupational diploma. Is that a fair synopsis of what you're saying? And then I'm glad to follow up afterwards, because I didn't leave a lot of time for response, but I'm learning about this today from you, so I appreciate your testimony.
And just to be clear, the majority of our students with IEPs are on the diploma track.
Okay.
They are on track to graduate with a diploma.
Yep.
The certificate track is really specific to a much smaller number of students. So those, as we've mentioned, the idea behind that are students where a traditional diploma with the different requirements is just not feasible. However, we are really exploring the things like you're talking about with potentially an occupational diploma with the micro-credentials, where we can make something more meaningful there. So yeah, just to be clear, most of our students with IEPs are on a diploma track, but we would love to have even more have access to those kinds of opportunities.
Well, thank you. I'm out of time. I'll love to follow up afterwards to discuss more. Thank you so much.
Representative Henderson.
Hi, I want to follow on a similar tact here and just ask, like, blank slate, how many tracks should we have for the students that we have? What would distinguish them? And I think what I'm hearing is that the endorsements are a way to kind of complicate the distinctions or blur the distinctions. Is that correct?
I think that what we're looking at now is really trying to figure out, number one, how we can ensure students and families have full choice and full clarity of the choices and the ability to move between things when things change for them. Because I know that what I thought I was going to do when I was in 9th grade became very different by the end of high school. The other things that we're mentioning, like the micro-credentials, like the seals or endorsements, or even the occupational diploma, for example, are ways to get closer to that goal, to get towards more folks having access to go back and forth, to start breaking down those silos, as well as to make sure that students are leaving high school with true proof of the skills that they have and the expertise that they've gained.
I want to make sure that we're offering the right choices. So what would you say to that?
Regardless of the diploma, names that we have, it needs to communicate to the community that the student has a credential, right? That they finished high school. Right now, the IEP certificate of completion just says you showed up. And so it's not, if a student even wanted to go to a Think College program, which is a college program for students with intellectual disabilities, they can't get financial aid for that because they don't have a high school diploma. So we do, I think the important piece is we do need to make sure we're working with employers. We do need to make sure we're working with colleges so that whatever diploma options we come up, or diploma documents that we come up with for our students with our most significant needs, that they are clearly communicating hey, this person can work, this person can have a job, or can continue in a work readiness training program or whatever.
And do you think 2 tracks, one that are, like you said, a very robust set of requirements, is one, and then another is an alternative, and it is saying, it has to convey what it means the student has, and we can do that through endorsements?
I don't know if I necessarily, because, there's either 2 tracks. You could have one track that's having multiple ways to getting there, and we're communicating what are the ways that a student has taken to get there. A student who might have, instead of taking Algebra 2, worked, took some financial literacy classes, right? They still might have gotten that math credit. They're still showing that they have, career readiness. It was a different way to get there. So I'm not necessarily sure. And I think there'll be more conversations to figure out, is it 2? Is it more than 2?
Yes,
is
ma'am.
it 1? But it's the path that gets
Thank
there.
you.
I'm communicating about it. Sorry. Oh, we're over.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all for your testimony. And Chelsea, that was going to be my question, so I'm actually going to let you continue, because OSSE right now is looking at an alternate diploma, but again, what are the implications of an alternate diploma? Is it saying that you have actually completed high school, right? And if it doesn't, then that's basically a step up from a certificate, and that could also, again, have implications when we're talking about post-secondary. For full transparency, I am a proud single mama of a kid that has disabilities, so she is entering the 9th grade, so we are in chapter 3. She's that kiddo that's in the middle, right? She doesn't need to be at River Terrace, but she does need support when she's going to inclusion, right? And so it's okay, people are struggling to say it's easier to just put her on a certificate track so we don't have to deal. And so a lot of students that people don't realize is that when they're getting to high school, a lot of times they might be switching, and the team might not necessarily be explaining that to the parent, and they don't know what they're signing up for. And so as we are looking at the graduation requirements and we're looking at different pathways to a diploma, what do you think the difference is between an alternate pathway, like you were saying, to a diploma versus an actual alternate diploma? Because I just need folks to understand those are 2 very different things. An alternate diploma and an alternate pathway to a standard diploma are 2 different things. And I'm gonna give all of you the rest of my time.
And I think it's the people who are looking at it after high school, our employers and our colleges, if they don't understand what that means. If you tell me I have an alternate diploma and they're well, is that a high school diploma? Does that mean, did they graduate? What does that mean? Right? If you sometimes when you give multiple names to it, you're creating another IEP certificate without realizing you're creating an IEP certificate. And I think Maria had some things to go in.
And I think OSSE, one thing that brought me some joy when I saw OSSE's thinking about this is they made it very clear. We are still talking about one diploma. One diploma. Multiple pathways, some flexibility. I think the options that we see, particularly in the upper Northwest, about how to get to that one diploma are good. But we are talking about one high school diploma because we already have enough confusion about what that means. And, you know, a lot of our students have problems with the diploma they've got already. We don't need to add an alternative diploma. And also, you know, historically, we know that once we start segregating it out like that, it's not good. So one diploma, multiple pathways, and then credentials and clarity around what that means. And I also think some of those credentials and seals and whatnot should and can be available to our certificate track students. You know, they deserve, you know, some robustness in their programming and their certification. And DCPS has gone some way to do that, candidly. And I'll be quiet and let Hannah get the last 10 seconds.
Hannah, do you have anything? 5 seconds. Talk to you later. Well, thank you all. I appreciate it. And we'll also follow up about those student test scores who don't have a diploma versus our students that do have disabilities and how they're getting a diploma with those type of test scores. All right.
Thank you. Representative Thompson.
Good evening. Back in, I know it's October because I get my materials on my virtually, which helps me. So back in October, we had a panel on graduation requirements, and I invited a parent. Her name is Kathleen Jackson, who both of her students had graduated, had a lot of difficulty. They were been through foster care, everything else. And her testimony sticks with me. She testified as an expert panelist, and she is a Ward 7 parent, and I want to read you part of it just to get your reaction. This particular parent shared with us, and it's in the record, her students were at the Harbor School, which at that time OSSE supported. The Harbor School, however, did not have a 2-year world language requirement for graduation. Maryland doesn't require it. In fact, Maryland is one of 37 states that offer what is called the alternative diploma. Instead of the world language requirement, they still taught the state mandated core classes, but they also taught financial literacy, life skills. Students received extra instruction. She goes on, right? And to make a long story short, because this student with the 2-year language requirement, they were at first kind of on a diploma track, but she was like, I need to keep them there for a whole bunch of circumstances, right, that were just heartbreaking. Didn't work out. She made the choice to actually pay out of pocket to keep that baby there and get a diploma. But when you talk about like the flexibilities, and when we're thinking about students who have, you know, the placements outside of DCPS, I'm curious if there are things we should be paying attention to from a policy perspective and like how we're making those decisions as well. Not just the students who are in our DC public school. And I do represent River Terrace. Every one of them babies graduates with a certificate of completion, so I'm familiar with this. But I'm curious if that's also something we should be thinking about, because we do have kids who are in those placements.
Yeah. I've seen challenges around the language for our kids who are outplaced out of the district. I've also seen challenges around fulfilling the DC government and history requirement, which I think is a very important requirement and shouldn't be waived. Other jurisdictions have solved this problem by having the students earn that state's diploma, or they've done waivers, much like what School Talk was talking about with what happens in New Jersey. So there are solutions. I also think we need to have a serious conversation about why the district is incapable of educating so many of its own children in the district, and why we are spending public dollars on private institutions that don't have the same fiduciary obligation to the children and don't have to keep them. That's a separate conversation.
Thank you. President Patterson.
Right, thank you. I appreciate you guys coming before us. I have a question, and I can't take credit for it because it's something that's very near and dear to my heart, but our staff actually put the question together. So my question is this. What are the civil rights implications of offering certificates without providing meaningful access to a diploma pathway for students with disability? Who would like to entertain that one?
I think everyone's heard me say that it's a profound civil rights and human rights violation to not give people the ability to achieve self-determination and economic fulfillment. It's not, it's why everybody's in this room doing this work. It's why you guys are here after work in the rain today. We know it's important. I think everybody here knows it's incredibly important. And it is maddening that so many of our students are underachieving. They don't have to be.
Before I say anything else, was anybody else want to add anything? So I guess I want to dig a little bit deeper and ask, at the current time with the dismantling of different departments at the U.S. Department of Education and things like that, who actually follows up and enforces these civil rights?
I want OSSI to do more about that. That is our agency's position and our organization's position, that OSSI should act as the civil rights enforcement agent for the district. That is a position we've said several times before the council and several times here, and I will say it again. 504 violations should be within OSSI's purview. They should force every LEA to comply with all of the relevant civil and human rights that apply to those institutions and agencies.
And I
And I'll
really
let my colleagues
appreciate.
Sorry.
And before I comment, was there any other comment?
I would agree. In any state, it would be your state education agency.
Right.
I didn't mean to end the
Right.
sentence. And
And I appreciate that because I want to make sure we understand that, at the current time, there is not a civil rights to a quality education, whether that's for students with disabilities or just students, period, at this particular time. So I appreciate your comments, and it went exactly where I thought it would go. So thank you, and I yield back.
We would like to thank our panelists this evening for your testimony. At this time, the panel is dismissed. Turn it back over to the president.
All right. Thank you again, panelists, for your thoughtful testimony. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The State Board will now recess for a short period of time. It is currently 6:48, okay? I would like to give a 5-minute break and for us to come back because we have a few things that we have to do as far as public witnesses and a long list of other things that we have to do. So I would like everyone to return, if they could, at 6:53, if possible. Thank you.
And if you guys can, the question about the civil rights part, OSSI has said in writing they don't.
Well, I know, I'm on board.
It's maddening to me, and I would shake your hand, but apparently my pen exploded.
Oh, gosh.
Right before I talked.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't shake my hand, because my pen exploded.
Okay, I'm so
Right before I walked up.
I'm not trying to interrupt. I just want to say thank you because I use AG this year. You guys are amazing. And people over there. So thank you.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Go ahead. My pen, my jacket.
Thank you.
Right, it's cosmic. My pen wanted to be with you.
Pushing us.
Okay, and we can talk about it. But I think somebody, yes.
And I'm also curious, what is the last that you've seen from OSSI about
The April document?
It's just the 2-page document?
No, what they presented at the SAP and then the bigger thing, but nothing more. We didn't get anything before that.
Yeah. We did ask them some questions in between iterations and before that iteration, but I might share some of that with you as well.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call us back to order. Okay. We hear testimony from public witnesses at every public meeting, and your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, please sign up on our website at sboe.dc.gov or contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by phone at 202-741-0888. Sign-up closes 48 hours before the public meeting. We have 18 public witnesses who have signed up to share this evening. As a reminder, all public witnesses must share a copy of your testimony with our staff at sboe@dc.gov so we can add it to the public record. We will hear from those in attendance in a panel format. Each witness will have up to 3 minutes to provide comments. If you are with us in person, please note that you must use one of the microphones at the table, which are already on. After each panel concludes, we will pause for questions from State Board members. If members have questions for public witnesses, they have, again, up to 3 minutes, and that includes the question and the answer from the panelists. Director Butler will call the public witnesses in groups and announce the question rounds. She will also assist with timing to ensure our witnesses and members stay within their allotted time. Director Butler, please call the first round of public witnesses.
Thank you. Good evening. Billy Andrews. Madeline Stevenson. Vancia Manches. Avra Siegel. Jake Hargraves. Renata Charles. Rachel Nadelman. Jennifer Cummings. Mark Hersick. I'm sorry, who's Mark? Who are you, man? Oh, okay. So, oh, so you didn't, oh, so I marked you not here. You did not get up. Okay. Oh, okay. So then we have Mark. Sally Schwartz. Nicholas Primsler, excuse me. We will start with Avra. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great, thanks. Hi, my name is Avra Siegel. I have a son who will turn 6 on September 30th. I testified here last month because DCPS is prohibiting my child from attending kindergarten and forcing him to go directly to from pre-K4 to first grade. I'm here again to urge the school board and the city council to pass common sense legislation to solve this problem. We've been trying to work with DCPS on logical solutions and have tried to engage them in rational conversations since February when we heard through the grapevine that they were taking this position. Unfortunately, these efforts have not been productive to date, and that's why we're here today, and we're grateful for all of you focusing on this issue. We maintain that the current DCMRs and DCPS guidance is at best ambiguous regarding kindergarten enrollment, and in our view makes it clear that our children have a right to attend kindergarten, which is compulsory in Washington, D.C. Take, for example, the enrollment guidance that DCPS has published that literally says you cannot enroll in first grade if you're 5 years old and haven't gone to kindergarten. That seems quite clear to us. But what I truly don't understand is why DCPS refuses to interpret existing ambiguous policy in a way that would favor the best interests of the children and instead interprets the law and policy in a way that harms children. They've come up with every which way to fit a round peg into a square hole. Let's put them in first grade and give them precious mental health and academic support resources, they've said, which they wouldn't need if they were in the correct grade. Let's put them in K, 3/4 of the way through the year, and quite literally set them up to fail. DCPS, as you've heard, has even involved Child and Family Services on a number of occasions, which has intimidated families. They're claiming educational neglect because they're in school for pre-K 4 and not K. And it's worked. It's deterred a lot of families from speaking up. There are a number of families who are not here today because they are worried. They're worried for their privacy. They're worried for a number of different reasons, and they have been prevented from continuing to advocate. All we want is for common sense solution to this problem. If DCPS wants to interpret eligibility laws in a certain way, that is totally within your right, DCPS. Make the guidance clear, adjust the laws as necessary, and in the interim, allow notification for parents so they can plan for it. And that's what this legislation will do, and we are so grateful for the school board for considering a common sense approach to this problem. There's been no malfeasance here, no maliciousness. We're not trying to get a bunch of kids to become elite athletes or be the top of their class. We just had, as families, informed by educators and pediatricians, and using our parental discretion to figure out what was best for our kids. The school board, the mayor, DCPS, you have all entered public service for a noble reason, and I'm asking that you don't lose sight of that reason and you act from a North Star of what is best for children. Thank you.
Jake Hargraves.
Hi, my name is Jake Hargraves, and I am also a parent of a child who has been impacted by this shift in DCPS policy, prohibiting my child from going from directly into kindergarten and requiring him to go directly to first grade. I likewise testified 2 weeks ago, month ago, and have been asked by a family who could not be here and would like to remain anonymous to read their testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to share our story. We have asked our other parents testifying today to read our statement because we wish to preserve our child's privacy. Our child is currently in an OSCE certified pre-K 4 curriculum, has a birthday very close to the district's age cutoff, and has struggled with social, emotional, motor, and sensory issues. Our child's medical providers have told us that introducing kindergarten prematurely would hinder their development, and that another year of preschool would ensure they can access a kindergarten education. While DCPS may be able to provide some in-school support, we do not know what resources, if any, will be available in the future. Surely forcing children into a classroom before they are ready will put a strain on them and the schools alike. The one thing parents can control is where and when we enroll. And we are considering leaving the district if necessary to set our child on the right foundation. In closing, we would like to make 2 points. First, DCPS should base its enrollment policy on the best interest of the child, especially when that child has a demonstrated need for support. Second, any solution needs to be citywide and forward-looking, and not just benefit those who can advocate for themselves this year. Thank you for listening. We sincerely appreciate the board for this forum and its careful consideration. Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you. My name's Jennifer Cummings. I've been a DC Ward 4 resident for 12 years. I'm here today to discuss kindergarten enrollment for my youngest son as it relates to the birthday cutoff. I have 4 children. As we have done with all of our children over the last decade, they started at our neighborhood OSCE licensed nursery school, CCPC, then went on to our inbound public elementary school, Lafayette. 2 of our 3 oldest children, based on the recommendation of our school's educators and pediatricians, started kindergarten at around the age of 6. In their cases, there were no exceptions granted, no notifications from any DCPS administrator. Simply put, there were no issues. There was no reason for me to think that my interpretation of these policies was incorrect or that we were doing anything wrong. Prior to enrollment, for our son's current pre-K, teacher sent a formal letter to Lafayette's Principal Prawl and Superintendent Carruthers, which was completely dismissed. His teacher's assessment was based on his current development and skills, and in her words, state that he is making progress towards DCPS's pre-K standards, but is still working on. Then she goes on to state specific markers for DCPS's pre-K exit expectations. Then states that by putting him in the first grade, it would likely have a negative impact on his academic performance as well as his social and emotional well-being, as the program is not structured to meet DCPS kindergarten exit expectations, as he has not been exposed to many of the concepts because they are not developmentally appropriate in a pre-K curriculum. This assessment came from educators who know him and his needs best, yet DCPS was unwilling to even acknowledge this recommendation. Instead, upon enrolling, we received a first grade placement letter which referenced mental health teams and academic intervention support, clearly accepting that by placing him in the first grade, it could cause potential academic and emotional harm. I also know from firsthand experience that these are very limited resources and that should be going to kids in real need, not because my child was forced to skip kindergarten due to this arbitrary birthday cutoff. All that being said, I'm asking for a reasonable solution for the upcoming school year. Had we known at any point closer to the beginning of the school year that this change or new interpretation and policy was a possibility, we would have enrolled him in K. But finding out 3/4 of the way through the school year with contradicting communication from DCPS, including from the chancellor himself, on assessments and retention is unacceptable, and as implied in the letter, could cause unnecessary academic and emotional harm to these children. Frankly, if nothing has lawfully been changed with any of these policies, how is this even possible? Again, we want what's best for all children. We are asking for a reasonable solution for the upcoming school year and clear policies moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
Hi, my name is Mark Hurstek. I'm a resident of Ward 4. My wife, Dr. Jessica Hurstek, is a pediatrician at Children's National Hospital up the street. And we moved to our neighborhood almost 4 years ago. One of the primary reasons was to have our 3 boys attend Lafayette Elementary due to its great academic record, welcoming community, and strong staff. Our oldest loved Lafayette and has now made a seamless transition to Deal as a 6th grader. Well, officially today, a 7th grader, I guess. And our middle child is in 1st grade at Lafayette. Our youngest, Gabriel, was excited to follow in his older brother's footsteps and attend, in his words, the big kids' school. And his excitement has been very important to us because Gabriel struggles with anxiety. During his time as preschool, he had very challenged with transitions, took a long time to adjust and feel comfortable in a school setting. And this experience, along with the recommendations of his teachers, his current school administrator, his grandmother, who is also a retired DCPS kindergarten teacher, and my wife's insights as a pediatrician led us to keep him in preschool for an extra year. And he has thrived this year. He's now ready to start his next stage of schooling in kindergarten, and we know we made the right decision by keeping him in pre-K for another year. When we heard a few months ago that the new Lafayette leadership was not taking children's individual needs and situations into account during enrollment, we reached out to Principal Pearl and asked if we could discuss Gabriel and what considerations could be made for his welfare. She responded with a form note saying that he was truant and that we should immediately disrupt his schooling and put him into kindergarten, despite there only being a few months left in school. When we asked, hey, what could we do to try to discuss this and enroll him into kindergarten, we were basically told that we have to enroll him in 1st grade and there'd be no considerations for his individual needs or situation. Then DCPS and Lafayette leadership followed up by saying that they'll explicitly have mental health professionals to help with the trauma that will result from denying him access to kindergarten. This to us demonstrated that they understand the science that shows that the negative impact that has from forcing younger children to start school before they're ready. And along with the extra resources that the school, the other students, the family will need to have him catch up to the schooling he's missing by missing the foundational year of kindergarten schooling. But they are no longer providing the school leadership and the parents the flexibility to determine what's right for the individual child. So we're very concerned that denying Gabriel access to kindergarten will seriously set him back, eroding confidence and disrupting his social growth and development. Following the denial of access to kindergarten, his excitement turned to anxiety, and we've had to start having him visit a therapist to try and prepare for the fact that he may have to start in 1st grade directly. So we are hopeful that this body will consider Gabriel's situation and his future education, as well as the rest of the environment in school, when you think about the Let's Children students at kindergarten
Thank you.
resolutions this evening.
Nicholas?
Hello, I'm Nicholas Premisler. I'm a Basis DC Rising Senior from Ward 6, and I'm coming to testify in favor of Resolution SR 25-8, calling for public funding for the Public Charter School Athletic Association. So, I've testified on this a few times, but just as a refresher, the PCSAA serves as an in-season league for charter school sports, and it does things like organizing games and booking venues, and is run by Coach McNinch. The PCSAA operates with very little funding that goes exclusively to putting on events, and its staff are very overworked. Coach McNinch has to do a full-time job as the Basis DC Athletic Director on top of running the PCSAA, which is an organization which, for reference, the DCPS equivalent has 10 full-time employees while recovering from cancer. So what this resolution would do is it would call for charter LEAs to fund the PCSAA sufficiently so that I can employ 2 full-time employees at the recommendation of the PCSAA. So, since the last public hearing, there have been some updates on the resolution. First is that there was a concern raised by a Charter School Alliance that wanted us to clarify that the wording would not affect schools that have students that cannot or do not participate in the PCSAA. So what we did is we changed the wording to say that funding should be allocated proportionally to level of involvement in sports, just so that the funding is equitable among the LEAs. And then during this conversation, we also came to a conclusion of adding a clause that calls for the convening of the PCSAA and charter LEA leaders to talk about how the funding would work more specifically, have more communication between these two groups. Now, there's another important change which came in. So there was a little bit of disagreement about where the funding for the DCPS equivalent of this came from, and that's important because we want to be equitable with the DCPS equivalent, which is called the DCIAA. So we clarified how the DCIAA gets its funding, which is it's entirely from the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula. So we want it to be equitable. If they get their money from that formula, the charters shouldn't get their funding from a grant. So we clarified in the resolution that charters would be pooling together money from the Uniform Per Student Spending Formula so that it would be equitable with the DCIAA, and so it would be achievable. So yeah. Additionally, I believe there's another amendment getting proposed to add there's a convening to talk about fields and facilities, and I believe we're changing a wording to have the District of Columbia State Athletic Association come to that meeting, which I fully support. So yeah, that's all the updates to the resolution SR 25-8 since the last public hearing.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you. At this time, we will prepare for a round of member questions. We will start with our student members. Representative Barnes.
Thank each and every one of you for your testimonies today. Always great hearing them. First, I want to start off, and this will be an open question to any of you. So far from what I'm hearing from both you all, and I've heard it a couple of times from Representative Goulet as well, I hear a gap in communications, but also flexibility, right? And so as I'm sitting back thinking, wow, it's definitely going to take a toll on students for them to miss kindergarten, right? That's common sense, as you mentioned heavily in your testimony. And my question to you all would be, how would it feel, and this is a slight solution proposal, but how would possibly having a waiver process or appeals process, would that at all benefit whatsoever?
Children the opportunity to attend kindergarten. I think that, whether that be in a objective assessment process that I think all the parents would very, very much welcome at this point.
Before first grade.
Before first grade. I mean, speaking for my child, he is in no way, and I think any of his current educators would, back up that he is in no way ready for a first grade curriculum. And I think any objective assessment would show that. And so any opportunity we have to appeal to what's in his best interest would be very much welcome, at least for our family.
Awesome.
Before he starts first grade.
I
Like
understand.
not halfway into the year, which is what we've been hearing as a proposal.
Understand. And let's say that was the case of them being in first grade. What would be a way of them being willing to adapt to you? What would you want to see, even if they continue to say, hey, we're going to keep them in first grade, but what is it that you would want to see even in the, this is just a hypothetical question.
I don't think, I mean, there's, you know, there's different grades for a reason. I mean, I don't think you can separate a first grade and a kindergarten curriculum in the same classroom. I think that's the reason why kindergarten precedes first grade.
Thank you.
And I think just to add to that, you know, the families that aren't here that have children that are aged in for first grade appropriately, having our children being the focus of attention and drawing resources from their children who are ready for first grade, I think is a, you know, is an issue for them as well. It's not just about our kids having access to special services.
And I would add the teachers. I've heard from a number of teachers, they were not comfortable testifying tonight, who, for the reasons that DCPS has claimed, that having variety of age in one classroom is a problem. It is. So teaching kindergarten and a first grade curriculum, so I don't understand how the solution is then putting our kids in a classroom that would have to teach two different curriculums. So the teachers, I know it specifically at Lafayette, have heard, are very worried about this proposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mayer.
I have no questions, but I would like to thank you all for coming. And Nick, thank you so much for your tireless advocacy on this issue. I plan to vote yes on your resolution. And I would like to say to the parents, you're in great hands with Representative Goulet, who has been advocating tirelessly on your behalf. So thank you all.
Representative Ting.
Like Anna, I have no questions, but yeah, for the parents concerned about their kids not being able to attend kindergarten, I again feel deeply sorry for you guys, and I hope this gets resolved as soon as possible. I guess, and there's obviously no questions for Nick. I guess I can use a little bit of this time to also thank all other representatives and other people who have also helped support this resolution. For example, Dean Representative Colson forwarded an amendment regarding bringing the DCSA to the table. We just want to make sure everyone involved has an invitation to be in the right room, regardless of it just makes sense. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, Representative Henderson, for encouraging us to just double check again to make sure how the DCIA is funded with the universal per student funding formula. I made a point to memorize that. Hopefully I got it right. And thank you to Representative Goulet for obviously, the resolution originated in his committee, and he's been instrumental. Thank you to Representative Chang for also forwarding comments from the DC Charter School Alliance. We met with them and discussed them, and I'm glad that we were able to make sure that their voices were heard. I'm very grateful for everybody who's contributed to this legislation. I yield my time.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Yes, congratulations to the students. Excited to vote yes on this. My question is for the parents. One of the responses we got from DCPS was that it would be the decision of the principal to decide, and so to sort kids based on age and then having the principal decide after to kind of sort from there. Love your reaction to that.
Are you saying once the kids are placed in first grade, then the principal decides?
Yep.
Well, a couple things. So I've heard this idea of principal discretion. I think, other families that, I don't know who else set to testify, other families were admitted by principals, or however you get admitted to the system, and then removed more recently. So it does not, it seems like there's principal discretion to remove kids, but not to allow kids. And I think that, speaking candidly, I don't trust. I would like for my child to be objectively evaluated to determine where he should be appropriately placed. And I don't have a lot of trust that can occur in the current setting outside of a purely objective criteria.
I also, just to your point about miscommunication, the first reaction we got was that this is the law and that there is no discretion, and the law allows for no discretion. So it just is, this is the back and forth that we've had with CPS, and now they're saying there's discretion. And we don't want discretion because we don't trust the school we're in to do what's in our best interest, but there are other principals, like we said, who feel their hands are tied because they believe these children should be in kindergarten. So I also would urge DCPS to decide what their response is, that whether this is law or it's discretion. And that is my point of my testimony, is DCPS has the discretion overall to solve this. It's not against the law. So let's just solve this in a way that's best for the children.
And just adding one more thing onto that, this process has been going on for months, and I personally feel as a parent that it's been turned into a bit of a political football. And I have an obligation as a parent to shield my child from that.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Representative Colson.
Good evening. Thank you to my Ward 4 residents for your emails and your calls. I have no additional questions. Thank you for your testimonies last month. I yield the rest of my time.
Representative Goulet.
Thank you all. I want to start by just thanking Nicholas for everything you've done on this resolution. Your leadership on it's been really instrumental. Working with the committee, working with Representative Ting has been, we think we've really done something good with this, and now we just have to get it to fruition, because I think students across all sectors should have access to sports, and having a body of professionals who can oversee that and help it grow is very important. So I want to thank you personally for everything you've done on this. I'll just piggyback off of what Representative Chang was just talking about with you all, and I think it is, from my standpoint, the lack of consistency and clarity on this that's the biggest concern, because we heard that initially that there was no discretion. We received an email stating that their hands were tied. This was the law. They had to report children to protective services. They had no choice. Now they're saying they have discretion to make the evaluation and make changes in the fall based on proficiency. That discretion's in the DCMR right now, and it actually, I think, requires that discretion ahead of time to place students in the appropriate grades, not to do an assessment after the child's already placed in a grade where they feel over their head and they're traumatized by that and then need mental health services and then are demoted. I think the problem really comes in is this is the first time there's ever been a disregard for the good faith evaluations that are made by private school educators that make recommendations on the appropriate grade level a student enters pre-K3, that make a recommendation on when the child's ready for kindergarten. And that's always been respected by the principals under the DCMR, and the student coming out of pre-K4 has just always been tracked into kindergarten because that's the proficiency level that they're ready for. And right now with no pre-K3 in Ward 3, it really creates just no opportunity to fix this. So I think there needs to be a lot of thought into a permanent solution to this. I think you need to look at the reality that we don't have pre-K3 assessments occurring in the public schools because there's no pre-K3 there. And just to really try to think that through. What we've done here is made changes. We together as a board tried to be respectful of the changes the administration wanted, and just tried to focus on fixing this immediate problem, for the next 2 years for families. And then we can come back and look at the larger issue on this. I think that's a good way to do it, because I think there's a lot of questions on that. I just want to thank you all. My last 28 seconds, because I don't really have questions for you, is just for your continued advocacy on this and for sticking up for families who are afraid to come here and who really have been traumatized by this process. I've had many tearful phone calls from them, and you all have stuck with it and really held strong on it. So I want to thank you for speaking out for everybody who's impacted by this, and I'm really grateful for it. So thank you for coming again tonight.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Hi, thank you all for testifying. I don't have any questions either, but I appreciate your ongoing advocacy. Nicholas, thank you for following up on every question that was thrown at you guys to make sure that you got everything right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. Mr. Jake, it's good to see you again. I know I was in that ANC meeting where I didn't know what was going on, and then we all started navigating, and we're like, okay, how do we problem solve? And it seems like we've been trying to problem solve for this for a long time. And again, as a mother, I'm just so sorry that you all are going through this. It is very hurtful that we have to continue to hear that when systems don't do what we want them to do, you know, retaliation is invoked, and we're calling CFSA. That happens to, unfortunately, many families east of the river, and unfortunately, they don't have the capacity, tools, or the resources to be able to galvanize. And so when we continue to raise up this issue of when folks are really trying to advocate for their children, you know, we shouldn't be calling CFSA. Systems should be trying to figure out, okay, if a policy is not working, then how do we uplift our families? How do we make sure we're serving all of our children in the city? That's what we all signed up to do. And so again, so sorry that you're going through all of this. Mr. Nicholas, thank you again for your advocacy, and looking forward to the resolution that's coming down the pipeline. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you all.
Thank you. Representative Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for making it out in the weather. Maybe I do have one question. So Representative Chang raised earlier about the assessments, and I heard in the response part of the issue being the timeline. I don't remember who said it, because I'm not as great with names. I'm more great with faces. But someone mentioned that part of the problem was that there's a fear that your kids will end up in the middle of the year being assessed. What we've heard from DCPS is that the change could be made within even a few days, possibly weeks. And when I say weeks, I do mean like 2. I don't know, and I don't like to assume, but I would like to hear reactions to how that sounds, because I do think 2 weeks is different than several months into the year. And I see a hand in the back. I want to be very clear. I'm only asking the panel in front of me. Thank you.
And I think this may be addressed by a witness that is scheduled to testify tonight. I know that there have been parents in contact with the principal at Lafayette, and we're given a timeline of the initial assessment would be 6 to 10 weeks. That is, you know, I don't think that's an assessment at that point. That's a deliberate attempt to make sure that the kid continues in first grade.
Can I ask the question more directly? If it is 2 weeks, is that a reasonable solution?
I don't believe it is. I think that I would ask that DCPS assess my child this summer. There's plenty of time to do that. The assessment doesn't have to be long. I don't think that placing a child in a classroom that they belong in for a day, a week, 2 weeks, or a month is the right choice when there's a clear alternative. Nobody is suggesting these children should be in first grade. Nobody is saying that is what is best for them. And that's the question that needs to lead this conversation.
And I think, you know, the piece I would look at is these are really young children who are trying to prepare for a major next step in their lives. And even for them the confusion of going to first grade, like if the board rules that my child has to start first grade, I'm going to spend the next 12 weeks trying to teach him kindergarten ourselves, because I do not want him to show up unable to attend. I don't think I'll be successful, but I don't want there to be a confusion for him, especially in my case where his transitions are the major issue.
Yeah,
I think that would be
I can appreciate that. I do want to be very clear. So we don't make the decision. And I'm asking these questions because what we can do, and what I have pushed really hard for us to do, is to get to a reasonable solution and to try to represent on your behalf. And so I'm coming from that place.
Thank you.
Sorry if the tone is incorrect on this side. It's a touchy subject, as you can imagine.
Thank you, sir. Representative Best.
Hey, everyone. First off, I just want to say thank you all for your continued advocacy for both of the things that you are here advocating on behalf of. I don't have any questions because I think I'm pretty well informed. I've got a couple phone calls and I do think that there's a nuance here. And I don't know if I believe there's a big bad. I think that there are people trying to find solutions from their nuanced positions. However, I think we have to ask that question that you asked, like, what's best for the kids, right? And if you find yourself on the wrong side, then what, right? And so, I think that I look forward to our discussion later because I think that the position that our Representative Goulet has proposed is a lot stronger than when it was first. Not saying it was weak initially, but it's a lot stronger than what it was before, and I think it plays into the fact that there are these nuances, and in order to figure out how to move forward, we have to look at the challenges that we're faced with right now. And those challenges, I think speak to some of the things that he has in his resolution and his legislation. So I look forward to supporting that later on today. And just want to say, thank you again. And again, I still don't think that there's a big bad here. I do think that people are trying to solve this problem. But I think right now it's like, all right, what do we do now? And so that's all. Thank you.
And just in reaction to that, I agree with you. I don't think that there's anybody out to get these kids. I think that there's been a lot of misguided decisions that have led us to this place.
Yeah.
I don't think that DCPS leadership has an ill intent whatsoever. I've spoken to Chancellor Farabee, and I feel very confident if I was to sit down at a table with Chancellor Farabee, we would get along well and have a wonderful, productive conversation. He's dedicated his life to public service, as all those that are serving in DCPS, and I mean that's incredibly admirable. I agree with you. I don't think I think there's a reasonable conversation to be had here, and there's a reasonable solution, and we've got the rest of the summer to figure it out.
I'm with you. Cool. Thank you.
President Patterson.
Thank you. Again, I think all of us have already stated it, but we can't appreciate you guys enough. Your parents. End of the day, your parents, and you care about your babies. Mr. Hargraves, when you speak and stuff like that, it reminds me of an African proverb that basically says, when the elephants wrestle, the grass suffers. And our babies are suffering as we go back and forth about this right now. It's not a good thing. I may be an elected official, but I'm a parent first. And so, Jennifer, when we talked, that's the perspective that I always come from. I don't know how to come from any other perspective, but from a parent. I appreciate you guys' advocacy on your children's behalf. That's what you're supposed to do. I think this board has done everything to try to facilitate all types of conversations to make sure that we could try to resolve this at the earliest stages and things like that. But now we're here at a point where we're going to be talking about some resolutions and some legislation that my very able colleague from Ward 3 has put together. I'm looking forward to that discussion. Again, I appreciate the strong advocacies on behalf of your babies. That's what you're supposed to do. And now, as I believe it was you that said, this is a noble position that we do as elected officials. It's time for us to be noble for our kids and for you guys who have elected us in these positions. And I look forward to the discussions that we're about to have about the things that are going to be presented tonight. So thank you again. Greatly appreciate you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And speaking on behalf of all the parents, I think the one thing we can say is we're guided by the idea that someday our children will be old enough to understand what occurred, and we want to make sure we can look them in the face and say we did everything we could to make sure what was in your best interest was the guiding force.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. We will now call the next round of public witnesses. Rachel McNinch, Stuart Landon, Are you Stewart, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Laura Fuchs. Kayla Higgs. Kiana Lamont. Nathan Cunningham. Can we get a chair for Mr. Cunningham? And Amy Trapper. Tirapelli. One more chair. Okay. That's Rachel, we'll start with you.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking once again in support of the calling for public funding to the Public Charter School Athletic Association resolution. I've already spoken in front of you guys twice now, and I know you've heard from my student, Nick. So I don't think there's probably anything else I really need to address unless you guys have questions later on. But I did want to just take the few minutes I do have to say a few thank yous. The first being to the former presidents, all volunteers of the Public Charter School Athletic Association, Richard Betancourt, formerly of Washington Latin, Ernesto Natera of Cesar Chavez, Jason Connect, formerly of Imagine, Brian Bartley, formerly of Friendship Collegiate. And then I also want to recognize the current volunteer board members that serve with me. So I serve as the president of the Public Charter School Athletic Association, as you know, our Lisa Williams from DCI serves as our secretary. Bob Ellaby of Washington Latin serves as our treasurer. Joe Thompson of SEED serves as the vice president of high schools. And Sherelle Kyle of the KIPP School District serves as our vice president of middle schools. So I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the other people who have volunteered their time to run the league. I also want to take a moment to recognize Ryan for all of his help and guidance on this. I will say I have learned so much because this has been a foreign language to me, and to see Ryan do what he does up there and behind the scenes has been absolutely inspirational. And I know Ryan's graduating, so that's heavy on my heart, but I know the world is a better place because he's in it. And then also to Nick, who I get to hang on to for another year, but who has led the charge on this, and just simply by being one of my student athletes, overheard a conversation I was having, saw all of the hard work I've put in, and said, you know what, I think we can do something to help her. And I get emotional thinking about it, but Nicholas, this means the world to me, and I am just so incredibly passionate about my job. I absolutely love my job, and I know not many people can say that, so I'm just grateful to be able to serve the students of DC and hopefully make progress to serve more students more equitably in the future. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Stewart?
Thank you. My name is Stuart Landon. I am a Ward 3 resident, and I am the mother of a rising second grader with a June birthday at Horace Mann Elementary School, and the mother of a 4-year-old boy who has an August birthday, and he will turn 5 before September 30th. And he is not yet ready to attend kindergarten this year. I am here to urge you all to vote for the resolutions and the legislation to allow children who turn age 5 before the September 30th cutoff to attend kindergarten. The compulsory language in section 38202 of the DC Code is not in line with OSSI licensing of certain schools in DC and kindergarten eligibility requirements established in section 2004 of the DCMR. There is great confusion, as many others have mentioned. I think it's important to look at the historical context of the DCMR. It was originally adopted in 2006, and the reason was because there was no pre-K3 and very limited pre-K4. And teachers were becoming increasingly frustrated with the ages becoming younger and younger, and children being put into school that they weren't ready for, and the curriculum is continually being pushed down. And it is very confounding that this is now being interpreted as an age cap rather than an age minimum requirement for eligibility. Additionally, as younger and younger children, as I said, are being enrolled in school, the curriculum is being pushed down. In other words, kindergarten is becoming increasingly less play-based and more focused on actual academic work each year. Children are expected to be able to sit at desks and learn. They are given composition books and pencil cases. Thus, children should be a little bit older when they're starting kindergarten and not younger. The assertion by DCPS that parents in certain wards are redshirting their children to give a competitive advantage is offensive. It's hurtful. Parents should be allowed to make a reasonable decision based on the best needs of their child. And enforcing an age maximum removes the ability of a parent and an early childhood educator to determine what is best for a child. In order to promote educational equality across all wards in the city, a developmental approach to kindergarten readiness should be undertaken, rather than a bright line age-based approach. Not every child is the same, and approaching education in this manner is detrimental to all children, and it does not boost any other children up. As I mentioned, I have one child with a June birthday who started kindergarten when he was 6. He is right where he should be. He is not at the top of his class. He is not the biggest in his class. He is happily in the middle, and every year before school starts, he still goes through a very anxious period. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Good evening. My name is Laura Fuchs. I'm a Ward 5 resident, a DC Public Schools social studies teacher at H.D. Woodson High School since 2011, an executive board member of the Washington Teachers Union, the chair of the DC Caucus of Rank and File Educators, and a board member of Empower DC. And as of June 17th, 2025, the president-elect of the Washington Teachers Union, alongside Lisa Haynes, as general vice president, and the entire Educators Taking Action slate. For over a year, I have worked alongside an amazing group of W2 educators who want to see real, significant change brought to the district and our public schools. They work in all 8 wards, though perhaps not surprisingly, a lot of them live and or teach in Ward 7. They are at a wide range of points in their careers, from 3 years to over 30. We have many special educators, related service providers, teachers in a variety of subjects, and more. They are ready to bring changes to DC that prioritize our students, social justice, educators, and the families we serve in DC public schools. It is a slate full of people who want to use their experiences to work hand in hand with DCPS and elected officials for real structural improvements and the full and equal partnership that is promised in our contract. But it is also a slate of people backed by the majority of the Washington Teachers Union who will not accept anything less than what our communities deserve and are willing to organize and act if and when necessary. It is a slate who is unafraid to tell truth to power. It is a slate that will not hold back and smile when we see our educators, schools, and communities are being mistreated. It is not a slate that will make backroom deals or operate in anything less than complete transparency. It is not a slate that is interested in proximity to power, but instead the power that comes from an organized and engaged membership who authorize our every action. On the campaign trail, we spoke to hundreds of members in events built to listen to what members were experiencing in all professions and began to talk about how we can work together to effect meaningful change. There are plenty of things that we have to handle internally as a union, but there are also many things that members want to see change in this district. 1, our international educators need to be supported. 2, over-testing at every single school, this was mentioned. 3, impact. 4, special education. Power schools is a problem and it needs to be fixed. The amount of work placed on our special educators' shoulders is too much. It is essentially 2 jobs. 5, our grievances. DCPS is purposefully delaying the successful resolution of grievances for our educators. Some have been languishing for years. It creates undue stress and a lack of real accountability in our system. 6, greater leadership and preparedness for those in charge of our district when it comes to protecting our schools and all of our students from the pernicious federal attacks we are seeing nationwide. There is much to be learned. I look forward to working with all of us, but we will not be pushed aside. Thank you.
Thank you. Kayla?
Good evening. My name is Kayla Higgs, and I'm honored to testify today on behalf of Make the Challenge DC. We're an organization dedicated to developing youth to be empowered, informed, and active citizens who will promote a just and equitable society. I'm here to express our strong and early support for the resolution proposed by Representative Best advocating for the establishment of a DC Civics Engagement Week in 2026. In our current political climate, characterized by polarization and misinformation, civic education is more than ever crucial. Research indicates that youth exposed to high-quality civics education are more likely to engage in community service, vote as young adults, and develop critical thinking skills as well as leadership skills essential for democratic participation and workplace success. At MCVA Challenge DC, we're committed to fostering civic engagement amongst young people through our Student Voice Council in partnership with DCPS and our Safety and Justice Council, which is in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General. We empower high school students to address local issues and advocate for change. These councils provide students with the tools and platforms to engage meaningfully in their communities, which aligns with our mission. The impact of dedicated civics education is also evident in cities like New York. We have a partnership with the Department of Education Civics for All initiative in our national organization, and they have successfully implemented a Civics Week. This week includes activities such as voter registration drives, participatory budget projects, and student-led civic engagement events. Adopting a DC Civics Week in 2026 would demonstrate a commitment to preparing our youth for their lives as participants in a healthy democracy. It would also encourage more young people to be involved in their communities and be involved in the decisions that impact them every day and tackle tough issues that they're facing. By integrating civics education into the school calendar, we provide students with dedicated time and resources to explore their roles in democracy, engage with elected officials, and participate in meaningful civic activities. So in conclusion, I urge the State Board of Education to support the resolution for a DC Civics Education Week in 2026, and by doing so, we invest in the future of our democracy and empower our young people that will lead the next generation. Thank you.
Kiana. Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Quiana Lamont. I'm a paid parent leader, and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here to speak today about the critical importance about safe passes and ensuring that our students have access to technology they need to be successful. Safe passes is the key to helping our students in DC thrive. Having a safe way for our students to get to and from school each day will increase the number of students in school. This can help lower truancy rate. The more frequently students go to school and can focus on learning, the more likely we will see improved math and reading outcomes across the district. Safe passes is the key to ensuring our students can succeed. In a tough budget year, I urge council to continue to support Safe Passage program. Safe Passage does not exist in a bubble. It's a part of a broad effort to improve the outcomes of the District of Columbia. Student Safe Passage includes SPAs, Crossing Guards, DC School Connect, the RC Transportation Program, the Metro, and WMATA buses. We will work to ensure our children have a safe way to get to school in a variety of different ways. We can increase the number of children showing up in school each day. The more time students spend receiving instructions, the more they can develop their math and reading skills, leading to an improved academic performance. Providing safe passes to our students is one of the steps needed to help strengthen our schools. This is why I urge State Board of Education to support Safe Passage effort. DCPS recently announced that they will be implementing a cell phone ban in the 2025-26 school year, and council seems to be moving forward with similar legislation. It is essential to ensure that our students have access to school-provided technology in the classroom. We must equip all schools in DC with the technology that they need to serve our students. We must ensure that our students stay up to date with technology and its many uses. Students may not have access to computers or tablets at home. If students are expected to take standardized tests and year-end exams on a computer, they must be comfortable with using technology. This is why I urge the State Board to work with RC and the council to ensure that each school is equipped with the technology that they need. to support their learning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Nathan?
Good evening. I'm here tonight to advocate for SBOE to use its influence to overturn DCPS's new and illegal policy of forcing some kids to attend first grade, even if they have not completed kindergarten. I trust all of you know the primary issues by this point, including how DCPS will harm these kids by putting them into a situation where they are not set up to succeed, and in fact are more likely than not to fail. Tonight, I'll play the tape forward a little bit and focus on the timing impacts of DCPS's new policy. Like I've mentioned in previous testimony, this is a new policy from DCPS and is illegal on a plain reading of the law. The fact that very few elected DC officials seem to care about that is distressing, to say the least. I have limited time here tonight, and I'm going to focus on one area of the law out of several that DCPS is violating. This is in not advancing a student to another grade unless that student has demonstrated their required proficiencies. Obviously, none of the affected students here have or will be able to demonstrate that they have learned kindergarten material, and therefore none of these students can demonstrate the proficiency required to attend first grade. DCPS has a way to assess any student that may need extra assistance. DCPS has informed me that this process typically takes a minimum of 6 to 10 weeks to complete. With an August 25 start date to the school year, this puts the completion of the assessment and corrective measures into mid-November. With the holidays just around the corner then, it is highly likely that even if an assessment can be completed, a class reassignment will not occur until the second semester. In other words, not until 2026, if at all. This timeline and my general interactions with DCPS on this issue over the past couple months demonstrate to me that DCPS has no intention of reassigning any of these students to kindergarten. For many of these kids, this would mean an entire school year of separation from the rest of the first grade class while they receive a crash course in kindergarten. This is very likely to fail in most instances and probably will result in multiple children repeating first grade. All of this is preventable. If DCPS had articulated this policy earlier so that parents would have known DCPS would force their kids to skip kindergarten, probably all or maybe most of us wouldn't be here. We'd either would have enrolled the kids this year in kindergarten, paid for private kindergarten, or some would have left DC. This would have still been an illegal policy, to be clear, and still would have adversely affect those who moved here from another state, and would adversely affect kids that just need extra time to develop. But at least it would have not represented an unreasonable, capricious, and arbitrary policy making. I urge all of you to do what you can to encourage DCPS to be reasonable, follow the law, and not set all these 6-year-olds up to fail right when their education is getting started. Thank you for listening to us tonight.
Thank you. Amy?
Hello, my name is Amy Tirapelli, and I'm here both as a teacher with nearly 10 years of experience and as a mother to 2 DCPS students who were premature and spent a month in the NICU, and to another child who has been tested by DC's early stages is over 2 years behind socially and emotionally. I'm testifying about the negative consequences that the new interpretation of DC Code 38202A is having and will continue to have on our community. The district office's new interpretation prevents parents, guardians, principals, and teachers from advocating on behalf of any and all students. The district office wants all of the decision-making power regarding student enrollment, re-enrollment, without allowing those people who spend the most time with students to have any voice in those matters. This affects not just 5 and 6-year-olds, but the following: students who do not have official transcripts after moving to DC from another country or state, students who have missed over 30 days of school, students who have not had access to school due to personal political issues, students who are transitioning to DCPS from homeschooling, students who are experiencing developmental delays, and students who have moved to DC and have no formal school experience as their cultural expectations and norms are different. Previously, principals and teachers could meet with a family and student and listen to and directly help them. DCMR code allowed staff to interview and evaluate students to determine placement. This was not only in students' best interests, but it was empowering for everyone there, including school staff. Not anymore with this interpretation. The families who are here tonight are just the tip of the iceberg. Many are suffering silently. Please consider families who can't pay for child care to come, who can't take off work to attend, who don't have the privilege of identifying themselves in their family situation because of the current political climate, families who aren't here because of language barriers, and families who think they don't have a choice because their kids' teachers and principals have said and believe that there aren't any options. The families testifying before you tonight will leave this room, but the problems that the district office has caused will not leave, but will instead multiply and fester. The historian and social activist Howard Zinn would often quote, "You can't stay neutral on a moving train," meaning objectivity is not possible. When events are already moving in a negative direction, to be neutral is to contribute to destruction and pain, to accept it and to allow it to happen. I'm asking, what will the school board do to help some of the most vulnerable students in the DC community?
Thank you all for your testimony. We will now have a round of questions from the state board members. Representative Barnes.
Hi, thank each and every one of you for your testimonies on tonight. I want to go to Kayla. I heard you speak more about what resonates with me a lot is being civically engaged within this society, being, as I traveled around the entire world with Dr. Patterson and Representative LaJoy during election season, I definitely did realize that we had a lot of young people who they didn't know anything about it, right? So having the opportunity for them to get exposed to it, understand more civically, all of this information is very important because this is what we're living and we're growing up in it, right? And me being this person I am, I always was involved in it, but I have my peers who, they don't care about it. Why? Because oftentimes some of them feel as if their voices won't matter. Some of them feel as if it's no point. That's why a lot of our young people don't vote, right? They feel as if it's me, one person out of, all billion people, why should it matter? So how can we prompt young people, and what should we do to encourage young people to be actively engaged? What should we as young people do?
Well, as young people, I'm also a DCPS graduate. I graduated 4 years ago, and I was someone who was also civically engaged later in high school. I think I got encouraged by people in my school building to find something I was interested in. So I think number one, schools can take on the role of pushing out opportunities for young people to be involved in civics, because that's how I got involved. I think the young people that I work with, some of them come into our program not being civically engaged at all, and then they leave our program feeling a part of something bigger. So I think sometimes all it takes is for a student to go through the experience of being civically engaged and seeing that impact for them to want to continue to do that. So I think even with the civics week, that initial exposure to some students can lead to a lasting impact of them wanting to be more involved in their communities. So I think adopting the Civics Week would be a great start for all DC students to be involved in politics in some way.
Great. And then to Amy, I want to ask you, how do you feel as if the board can give forth a sense of flexibility with this enrollment type of thing that you're looking for, but also a sense of, not flexibility, but also sustainability, ensuring that it's a smooth process with it, if that makes sense?
Sorry. Well, I think they need to follow DCMR code. In my son's instance, he was kicked out of a DCPS school, and it was nearly 80 school days before he was officially enrolled as a homeschool student. DC only has him missing 10 school days, and they have not allowed him to be evaluated as a DC homeschool student. He should have been evaluated this spring, and they stopped him. They prevented him from doing so. They are violating DCMR code. I can share the documentation with you. That's the Director of Enrollment at DCPS.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mayer.
Thank you all so much for your testimony and continued activism. I have no questions, but I would like to say thank you to Ms. McNinch for continuing to show up. I plan to vote yes on your resolution tonight. Congratulations, Ms. Fuchs, on your election as president. If I were in the teachers union, I absolutely would have voted for you, and it is so inspiring to see your activism and to have seen it these last few months that I've been on the board. And to Ms. Higgs, I would like to say that the MCFA Challenge has great presence at School Without Walls and brings a lot of students to
opportunities to engage and is very appreciated by the student body. So thank you for all your work, and thank you all for your testimony.
Representative Ting.
Yes, thank you all for your testimony. I reiterate my sentiment for the kindergarten thing. It's very sad. Also, thank you for teaching for 10 years in DCPS. That's very admirable of you. Or wasn't?
I moved from Northern California.
sorry.
I'm not certified. I was hoping to get certified this year, but since my son was kicked out of school, I haven't been able to do that.
Well, thank you for your public service anyways. As a teacher, it's a very hard job. And then for the Civics Week engagement, I'm sure Representative Best knows, I am very supportive of that through youth and government, through anything, if there's anything you want me to help or ask, like from other states, et cetera. Thank you to Ms. Fuchs. I'm sure the Washington Teachers Union will thrive under your leadership, and I'm very glad that such an organization exists. And thank you again to Coach McNinch. I hope we get this done tonight. I yield my time.
Representative Colson.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the returners who are testifying or who have testified again. Always great to hear student leaders come and testify definitely about civic engagement. I support it. And to Ms. Lamons, thank you again for coming to speak about school safety. I want to go back to something that was said earlier, and Ms. Fuchs, I want to direct this question to you. So at the beginning, our panel talked about special education, and what resonated with me is that basically what I heard, and I could be wrong, I heard that, of course, there are two options. You have the certificate and you have the diploma, but there can often be a lack of communication or a misunderstanding of communication, and people who should be on the diploma track are then transferred or somehow end up on the certificate track. My question to you is it a matter of, in terms of school base, is there a policy that we need to put in place to make sure that that communication is clear and consistent, or is it already there and it's not being implemented with fidelity and we need to work on that? Can you speak to that? Because I don't want our students to miss out because they don't have the legal support to advocate at the end of the process.
It's a very good question, and admittedly, I can't say that I know if DCPS has a distinct policy and whether or not it's being implemented. What I do know is that there are, I think, a lot of challenges right now in how DCPS and then the school-based kind of administrators are handling special education in a lot of schools. Not all, because of course it is kind of case by case when you're talking about a school-based administrator. But I don't think DCPS is truly supporting their school-based administrators, who then often feel kind of underwater, and then honestly we just become kind of compliance machines where we're just like checking boxes, making sure we're like getting documentation in. As I mentioned with power schools, that's making it very difficult for educators to the point where like they're having to redo things, only one person can at a time. There's just a lot of like mess with the program, which causes a lot of time wasted that educators don't have. And then we have very high caseloads in a lot of schools. Like people are often maxed out on top of doing very high teaching loads. So I just think all of it combined probably just makes it easy for things to maybe slip through the cracks. So if there is a policy, it may be that it's just kind of getting lumped in with a bunch of box checking, or it may be that the policy doesn't exist. That's something I can definitely bring back and ask my special education teachers to find out a bit more.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Fuchs, I share my congratulations to you for your election, and thank you for your continued advocacy on the issue of maintaining the international teachers here. I don't think they should have the rug pulled out from under them, and I've supported that and will continue to support it, so I thank you for continuing to push on that issue. I want to, Ms. Landon, you brought up a point which I want to kind of expand on just a bit here, and that is to talk about how, we talked a lot about notice about this, but let's talk about policy for a second. And we had a policy that was actually working well, which was assessments were being made usually when kids entered pre-K3 with the parents, with the educational experts in the private schools. Kids would track through then pre-K3, pre-K4, and they would go to kindergarten, and proficiency would be measured based upon their last, grade of completion. Students coming in from other states would be assessed and given the option if they couldn't attend kindergarten in the state they came from due to their age, but now had the ability, since they were September birthday, to attend either first grade or kindergarten in DC, they'd be given the option to pick which they were ready for. I mean, we are an outlier in the country. I've done the research on this. We're tied with Virginia for the latest compulsory date, and Virginia has a very wide exception process. So the policy DCPS is pushing right now, which is forcing the youngest kids into kindergarten in the country with 0 exceptions, and then an assessment process that occurs after the year, is contrary to what anyone recommends as good policy in the country. This is a bad policy. And just because we're not trying to fix the policy in this legislation, we're just giving an exception for parents, we can't ignore the fact that this is a bad policy, too, that child development experts don't support and that no one in the country does. No one's doing this anywhere in the country, not one state. So that's a big problem. Additionally, I think what we have to look is what's best for these children. It is unequivocally harmful to kids to put them in first grade, to watch them struggle, to do assessments after the year starts, and then to demote them. And many of these kids, and I share your concerns there, I don't believe they're actually going to do assessments on this because they are ignoring assessments that have already been done by DCPS principals. DCPS principals have already assessed these kids with educators, with parents, and Central has overruled those assessments that were already done in a number of cases. So I don't want to say there's a big bad here, but I think there's a real lack of trust, and I think that's merited right now. I think we have a bad policy, and I think there's been a complete lack of notice. And so an exception in this case, so we can clean this up, we can provide proper notice, and so we can put a good policy into place is absolutely warranted, because these kids shouldn't be the victims of all of this chaos right now. Thank you so much for coming back out. I appreciate your testimony.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. I have no questions tonight. Thanks.
Representative Johnson Law.
Sorry. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Amy, quick question for you. How old are your children right now?
My 2 older ones are 9, and my younger one just turned 6.
Okay.
And he's the one who DCPS, the district office, the director of enrollment, wouldn't allow him to be assessed along with other students at our local school because it would be in Spanish. She knew his Spanish language exposure was limited and that he wouldn't pass. And that's DCMR code. It's very clear. She said that he had to have an official transcript. He did, he does because he was kicked out of school. He was attending and enrolled in a DCPS school. She stopped him from being evaluated, even though it was DCMR code that he could be evaluated. I want everyone to know that is going on. It's also totally against DCPS's policy that the first 6 weeks of school are critical. How they put a lot of emphasis on the first 6 weeks of school, and they're saying, no, all these kids should attend and then switch over to the classroom, and that's tumultuous for the whole class, all the students there and all the teachers.
Okay. Is this the child, is your 6-year-old, is this the one that spent time in the NICU, or is this another child?
My older 2 were in the NICU. My younger one was evaluated by early stages here in DCPS, is 2 years behind socially and emotionally, though.
Okay. Does he have an IEP now? Or a 504, or was he evaluated for one?
So we are going through a process. I'm putting in for a due process hearing. They didn't want to put in as his reason for referral him getting kicked out of a DCPS school. They refused to put that in. Early stages refused to put in, that traumatic experience. So that's still ongoing. I just want everyone to know that. And that is pressure, I believe, from the district office.
So because they said he could not be in school, you're saying that he was not given the psychological assessment under IDEA for the referral for special education?
Right now,
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Sorry, early stages is trying to say that his assessment, their assessment is done. I'm putting in for a due process hearing because first, he wasn't given the chance to partake in the assessments at school. And then second, they refused to put in, the reason for referral was like him being traumatized by being kicked out of school, kind of all the regression he went through.
Okay.
So we're going through a due process hearing. That's not finished.
Thank you, and I'll follow up with you after. Thank you.
Representative Thompson?
Yeah, I think that deserves its own follow-up because it doesn't really fit in 3 minutes. I will say thank you to everybody for coming out. I know it was rough getting here. So the fact that you all showed up means that you really wanted to testify this evening. Ms. McNinch, thank you for coming back. It has been absolutely inspiring to watch Representative Ting do everything that he has done. I remind people that our student board members are full board members, and if that's not a demonstration of this, I don't know what is, because he got into the nitty-gritty of like really complicated policy, and that should be absolutely applauded. And I know when you speak of those volunteers, the dedication, because I can tell you that I've been out of high school for a very long time. And Joe Thompson was working at SEED when I was a student, and so I get it. Thank you for the civics testimony. I went to an event. I don't know. Y'all know my days have been my sense of time has been terrible since COVID. But it was at the Institute for Citizen Scholars, which is a really fancy way to say a lot of people who are researching how young people are participating in this country. And they did the first ever national poll of 18 to 24-year-olds. And what came out of that poll, couple good things, but the most important thing as far as Civics Week is that most young people did not participate, not because they did not care, but because they did not know how. And when they asked them some basic civics questions, folks did not get it right. And so if we do a better job of preparing our students, they won't be in that group of people who are like, I don't even know where to start. So definitely looking forward to that coming to us. Ms. Lamont, thank you for coming back again. I hear you on the safe passage. I also really appreciate the issue you raised around the digital divide issue. I want to be very clear. There are two places that Ward 7 is last. One is in adult literacy. Two is actually we are last on the wrong side of the digital divide. And so this idea that we need adequate technology in our schools and we need adequate infrastructure for that in particular does matter to the students and the education outcomes in the ward that I represent and that you are hailing from. And so I thank you for raising that because people, that's been an ongoing issue. And I do think it matters for this budget process. I don't have any more questions for the kindergarten folks because I think all of my questions have been answered. And I look forward to the discussion we'll be having about that this evening. Thank you. Oh, and congratulations, Laura.
Representative Best.
Kayla, thank you for your advocacy on this issue and your continued work. I'm really looking forward to working with you and working with the interns to really make this happen and ensuring that we're getting the youth voice in on this. And so I just want to say thank you for being here. I know that you had other commitments as well, so taking the time to be here is really big. Ms. Quiana? Oh man, you're about to make me go on the Eric Goulian type of rant today. I'm gonna trademark that. So, like, one of the problems that I'm having with government right now, right, is that in local government too, is that like everything is so like reactive, and so like when you're talking about like the tech, you know, it's just making me think about everything that I've been like thinking about before. Like, you know, like with AI advancing so fast, differentiating like what's real and like what's not is becoming more of an issue. So like making sure that we're preparing our students to have those critical skills and questioning, is going to be like something that's super important. Having the right technology is important, but it's also like making sure that we are using it to make sure that they're prepared. And I fear that we are failing our students because I don't think that we're preparing them to be ready for the world that's coming. Whether that's from, removing phones and tech, different tech, not being proactive as it comes to AI and technological advances. I just hope that, we're not going to be looking back and saying like we could have done something and we didn't. And I fear that that's what's going to happen already. Yeah, I mean, those are those things that you address. Those are big, yeah, I'm going to stop there because I don't want to actually go off on myself too, right? So I'll leave it there. No more questions.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Also, thank you to the parents again for coming out tonight. I know it's been a long evening, as it has been the previous weeks and months. So thank you, and congratulations, Laura.
President Patterson.
Yes, first and foremost, I want to thank all my colleagues for the questions that you guys have already asked, so I have no more questions, so to speak. I would like to say to the panelists, first I want to acknowledge Ms. Fuchs on your recent election to the presidency. I appreciate you coming and spelling out some of the most urgent matters that you want to address, and I look forward to talking more about those particular issues. I also want to talk to Ms. Lamont. I appreciate you keeping safe passage. First and foremost that's something that's very near and dear to my heart because I live east of the river and I know what it means to make sure that children can get back and forth to school safely. And as a parent, not worrying if our child can do that and if they're going to arrive home safely in the evening, so thank you so much. To Kayla, Ms. Hicks, love civics, so I'm looking forward to supporting this very much. Really, really look forward to it. Ms. McNish, thank you for your advocacy and making sure that it's equitable across sectors in sports. As a person who, at this point, formerly worked at an LEA, I understand the differences in a lot of those areas and how those sports are spelled out, so I appreciate you advocating, and I look forward to supporting this very much. To my parents, we hear you and we see you, and I'm not going to hold us up any longer to discuss the matters that you came to talk about this evening, okay? So thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you.
We want to thank all of our public witnesses from this evening. At this time, we are going to close out public testimony at tonight's board meeting. If you have not submitted and emailed a copy of your testimony, we ask that you do so at SBOE@dc.gov so that we can include it as a part of the official record. Thank you.
We will now move on to our administrative items. First, we will move to vote on 3 state resolutions. I will look for a motion and a second, followed by Director Butler, reading each resolution into the record. Once the resolution is read into the record, we will open it up for members' discussion before roll call votes are conducted. We will now move to vote on State Resolution SR 25-8, calling for public funding for the Public Charter School Athletic Association. Yes. You may be recognized to waive the reading. Hold on, for a moment, hold on one second. I believe there's some amendments. Okay, I appreciate that clarity on that. So there's been a motion to waive the reading of the motion of the resolution. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded on waiving the reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, discussion.
All right, Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to amend SR 25-8 with the amendment to include and the District of Columbia State Athletic Association, DCSAA. The full reading would be it finally resolved that the State Board recommends leadership for DPR, DCIAA, PCSAA, and the District of Columbia State Athletic Association convene to coordinate improved access to the field, facilities, and identifying long-term solutions to accommodate increased public and public charter school enrollment.
Thank you for that. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Yes, very quickly, I just want to thank you, Representative Colson, for bringing this amendment forward, for working with me and Representative Ting, the author of the resolution on this. I think it improves it, so I wholeheartedly support it, and thank you for bringing it forward today.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, the amendment to SR 25-8 has been, well, I'll ask for a motion to move the amendment.
So moved. Well, I thought Dr. Colson moved it.
Okay.
Oh, well, then I second.
Need a second. My apologies. Is there a second for the amendment?
Second for the amendment.
It has been properly moved and seconded. We will now call for the vote.
I believe we may need to read the statement first.
Yes.
The student rep.
Thank
Well,
you.
the student statement, it goes to what would then be the amended bill, but you all have to vote on the amendment.
Right.
But,
that's
so
right.
that process has to be closed out before he can read the student statement.
So we're now voting on the
Yeah.
amendment.
Yes.
And now, do we do a roll call or do we? Can we do a roll call, please?
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayor.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
Amendment to SR 25-8, calling for public funding for the Public Charter School Athletic Association, specifically to line 81, has been accepted.
Thank you. If I'm understanding this correctly, parliamentarian and director, we would now, as amended, have to take a vote on the.
Yes, you still have to vote on the resolution.
That is correct. That's what I believe. Okay, I would now entertain a motion to vote on the amended resolution SR 25-8.
I guess that closed this question, yeah. Okay.
Someone needs to move it.
So moved.
Needs to be, so moved.
It has been properly moved. Can I get a second by Representative?
I'll second, since it's Representative Ting's
Okay,
motion.
Representative Ting, because it is, you have worked so hard on it. You moved it. Representative Thompson seconded. So it is been properly moved and seconded. We can now vote on it.
Student, oh yeah, you can.
Discussion.
Discussion or SAC statement? Discussion, right?
My bad. I apologize.
It should be in the script. You just follow
Okay. There is a, I guess we have now the Student Advisory Committee statement.
And I guess I'll read it then? Okay, yeah, okay. The SAC, Student Advisory Committee, lends its nearly unanimous support to 25-8. Some students raised concern about the DC, how funding might impact the DC budget. Students generally agreed, with one student who wrote wonderful, I can't believe I put that in, as they believe funding equality in sports is a priority to serve about 50% of DC students. The final vote was 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. That's the statement. Okay.
All right. Thank you. And I believe we now, is there a discussion on the resolution as a whole? See no discussion. There's a motion to adopt as amended SR 25-8. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
SR 25-8 amended, the amended SR 25-8 calling for the public funding for the Public Charter School Athletic Association has been passed unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move to the vote on State Resolution SR 25-9, calling for changes to compulsory public school attendance and enrollment requirements in D.C. Is there a motion to adopt SR 25-9?
Mr. Chairman, may I, I'll so move the motion. I'll move it.
Okay.
And then I'll come back for the waiver. So moved.
It's been moved. May I have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to waive the reading of the resolution, please.
There's been a motion to waive the reading of the resolution.
Second.
It's been properly seconded.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I speak to the substance?
So who moved the original? So Goulet, who's second?
Representative
Barnes, okay. That's all I need. You guys, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak briefly.
Discussion.
So I want to just start by thanking all of you, my colleagues on this, for helping me make this, both resolution and legislation, better over the past month. I think the changes that we put in have been really helpful in improving it. We have taken something I think that there was concern with on the board, with changes to definitions. I think there's a lot of discussion of what we should do long-term on this, and rightfully so. But, Representative Best, I know you raised issues about, how we should proceed forward long-term with granting exceptions. Should we require students be enrolled in pre-K4 like they are in Maryland to get an exception? I think that's a prudent policy, particularly if it's in an educational pre-K program. I think OSSI had raised concerns about, would this expanded definition of private and parochial schools provide opportunities for students to come in, and avoid truancy? I think we've addressed all those concerns with the changes we've made, and that's really helped improve what we're putting forward tonight. So I want to thank all of you for sending me those changes, for talking to me on this resolution, and I think it's really improved both the resolution and this. I'd like to thank you for your leadership, President Patterson, on this, for trying to do everything you can to work with our public schools on this and work with the deputy mayor. I think, even though those conversations didn't get us where we needed to be tonight, I think they were constructive, and I appreciate you putting forth an effort in good faith, because I think we as a board have really done everything we can since March to try to work with them collaboratively on this issue. I know last month got heated here at the dais. I'll take that on myself for that, but I think you look holistically at this, it's been solution-oriented. It's been providing many options for a collaborative solution that's in the best interest of these kids. And I'm disappointed we really couldn't get there. To be honest, I'm still a bit confused by why we are here at all. The policy that is being put forward without, I think, undeniably any notice to families and any notice to facilities is truly an outlier and an extreme policy. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the country, and it's something that really should be vetted thoroughly. If we're going to make a major policy shift like this, and DCPS is going to do this, there should be vetting of it. I agree with what the witnesses spoke of with the DCMR. The DCMR requires there to be proficiency for grade promotion and grade placement. And right now, that's being ignored in one respect in terms of placing the children, but now they say they're going to use it after the school year begins. I mean, again, nowhere in the country is there a requirement that we place children in a grade and then assess them after the year begins. I think obviously recognizing that's not in the best interest of children
and the trauma that that will cause. Right now, as I said, we are an outlier. We're also a jurisdiction that students move in and out of. I've personally spoken with a family that's been devastated by this, who moved in from another state. Their child couldn't attend kindergarten in that home state because of their age. They got to DC and, entered a nightmare. They had to send their child back to the home state that they came from because they were threatened with protective services involving the child in a process that it was child neglect. And the parent, was shocked by that, but sent the child back to the home state to avoid that process altogether. I think something's really been lost here, and what I hope to do after, hopefully this passes today, is to work constructively with the council. I think an ideal solution, if we can put a bill on the table that goes to council, is that people come together and agree that this is not in the best interest of these families and these children, and that an exception be granted for the next 2 years. So everybody can kind of come together, work collaboratively, and get this right. Because I think we have a lot of work to do if we're going to make a major policy shift like this. And the least we can do is give notice to families who are impacted. And I think the trauma that these families have been through, I've been through many phone calls with people who've started crying on the phone because of the situation that they're going through, and how do they even tell their kids who are looking forward to kindergarten that they're being forced to skip kindergarten. It is heartbreaking, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I guess that is the most frustrating element of all of this, is none of this makes sense. I don't understand why anyone's doing it, and there's not been a good reason stated systemically or why we would be doing this, particularly when all the data across the country points in the other direction. So I yield the rest of my time. I appreciate my colleagues' indulgence with me up here and for all of their work and partnership on this. And I thank you all for that, sincerely.
Any other?
I'm sorry.
Thompson?
I'm not sure if we are in discussion for the waiving of the reading because we never voted on the waiving of the reading. And so I'm going to ask that we call the vote for the waiving of the reading, so then we can, continue discussion. But I do want us to put a point in that.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I will call for, is there a motion to waive the reading?
It's been moved, just the vote.
Just a vote?
Second.
Okay. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Carried. Discussion? Representative Henderson.
I want to thank the board members for working on this and improving this from its first version, which I was not comfortable with, but now am comfortable voting forward. Thank you to the members who worked on those changes, and also to the leadership for seeking out meetings with DCPS and the DME. Thank you, Representative Thompson, for pushing for that as well. And I think the point that I really settled on was just the communication problem and the fact that families were given instruction or assurance or something from an official, and then that was not ultimately honored. And I think we really need to ensure that, across government, including this board, that we honor our commitments. And so I'm hopeful that we can arrive both at a resolution for the current situation and a process that will make it easier for everyone to be on the same page. So thank you all.
Thank you. Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also just want to raise, and I want to further my point when I was asking, I don't know where she went, Miss Amy some questions. There you are, Miss Amy some questions. This is now an even more complicated issue, and we do have to do something about this because now we have children who have been identified who need special education services. And if they are now going through their due process right through getting evaluated, and also under IDEA, it states that we have to give children once they've been properly identified, we have to give them RTI. RTI is response to intervention. So while they are in the middle of going through the evaluation process, the LEA also has a responsibility to do that on the child as well. If the child, because of this issue, is now not in school, and now they can't be evaluated, now they can't get RTI, now there is this is a definite due process issue. So now this is another issue that is coming into play. So it's not okay. And I just really want to raise that we do have to do something about this, because we're infringing on people's civil rights.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Representative Thompson?
I appreciate all the time that's gone into this, and definitely have appreciated Representative Goulet's not only, I'll call it passion, but perseverance when it comes to getting the tone and tenor of this right. I do want to state, and one of the reasons I was like, okay, are we talking to people? Are we pushing all the things? Is because I understand fully that we are not a school board. Our job is we are the State Board of Education, and no matter what we pass, it is a suggestion, and somebody has to pick it up. And so I do not want to give the impression that because we pass something that is a remedy. I do, because I just like there's been, all the different communication issues, I want to be really clear about that. And I know that folks are seeking a remedy. I understand that. I think I can also understand as representatives why folks want to send a signal to say, you should be responsive to families. We should be communicating with families. All the things that have been raised, and I don't think there's a single representative that I share the dais with who doesn't care about what happens to these kids and getting a resolution for these families. But I do want to acknowledge that there are limits to what we can do and continue to just be transparent about the fact that this is still an unresolved issue for those families. Thank you.
Representative Chang?
Following off of what Representative Thompson said, no, we are not a school board, but we have something that no other agency or actor in local education has, which is that we're elected. And with that, it is our responsibility to raise issues that come before us. And so to the parents who have been sharing your stories week after week for the last several months, thank you. We are only able to raise these issues when we have your testimonies to cite. And so thank you for coming forward. And as Representative Thompson said, right, it's our hope that even this discussion in and of itself has raised this as something for the agencies that have power to do something about this, to take it seriously.
Thank you. I guess I'll end the discussion by saying that I agree with my colleagues wholeheartedly in the sense of, because it's statutory, that we are not a board of education. But we do wear, and it's on a lot of our stuff, that we are the voice for parents, constituents, for education. And that gives us a certain amount of responsibility to get on a bully pulpit and really amplify what our parents need, because as Representative Chang just said, we are elected. We're not appointed by someone else. We are elected by people of the District of Columbia. So it is incumbent on us to raise those issues. You came to the right place. You asked us to raise this issue, to elevate it. Some people will say that's symbolic. I call it advocacy. And a lot of things happen when people come together and advocate for change. So I want to say I appreciate you coming here, raising this issue, and trusting us to be that voice for you, to talk about it, to debate about it, to make people hear what the problems are with this particular policy. We appreciate you for entrusting us with that responsibility. And so with that being said, I'm going to say thank you, and then I'm going to ask, is there a student advisory committee statement on this?
Yes, the Student Advisory Committee voted unanimously in support of SR 25-9. Many students believed that the problem was, quote, strange, and that the solution was, quote, clear and logical. So the SAC wholeheartedly supports this.
Thank you so much for that. And since we have had discussion, there's a motion to adopt SR 25-9. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Aye.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Ebony Rose Thompson, Representative Thompson.
Aye, I'm special?
No, I'm just going very quickly here, trying to move us along. Representative Patterson.
Aye.
SR 25-9, calling for changes to compulsory public school attendance and enrollment has passed. The state resolution has passed.
Thank you so much. All right.
Mr.
We
Chairman,
now- Yes.
without objection, could we move items D through F en bloc because they're all interconnected?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think you still need to read them, though.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I skipped you.
There-
That's he's patenting me, and that's
Michael Lay and rants about to happen again, man.
We'll go back again. But we'll take note of that. Okay, so we will now move to vote on State Resolution 25-10, supporting the expansion of Shirley Chisholm Elementary School into a dual language education campus. Is there a motion to adopt SR 25-10? Hold on.
Before we move the motion to adopt.
Okay, there's been a motion to waive the reading of it.
Second.
It's been properly seconded by Representative Best. All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Abstentions? Granted, okay. I believe now discussion. Yeah. That-
The reading has been made.
Okay.
But no one has.
Okay. There's a motion. There is no motion. Okay, so I need a motion we've waived the reading. I need a motion to move resolution SR 25-10.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Best, seconded by Representative Goulet. All right, thank you very much. Is there discussion? Representative Henderson?
Yeah, I'd just say on this issue, I really hope, I think this is a discrete solution to a discrete problem, but there's also the bigger problem, and just really hope and encourage DME to follow through on its student assignment boundary study, acknowledgement of the disparities in geographic distribution of dual language opportunities, and hope that they would follow through. I think that also calls for a plan by next year, and I haven't gotten much encouraging news that that's happening, but I hope that that would happen. But thank you for moving on this particular, in response to your constituents, Representative Best. Thank you.
Other discussion? Representative Thompson?
I appreciate everything Representative Henderson just raised. I also appreciate Representative Best's not only advocacy, but also his train of thought around this. And I will not be voting in favor of this resolution because my job is to represent Ward 7. And Ward 7 has made very clear that they want a standalone school of their own first. And so I am not, I feel like with that spirit, I cannot vote in favor of it with the full expectation that when we look at the larger landscape, this is a good thing. And I understand and support that, but I do want to be absolutely transparent around not just what my title is, but what I believe my responsibility to be. And so I yield my time.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Is there a student advisory committee statement?
Yes, the Student Advisory Committee lends its unanimous support to SR 25-10. There were some questions regarding the returns on investment of dual language programming and whether taking Spanish would be mandatory for students. One student noted that their desire to see a continuation of dual language programs into high school. One student said, "I went here as a kid and I loved the opportunities they gave me." Concerns focused on the budgetary impact of the proposed action, and the final vote was 15 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Okay. Since we have waived all readings and this discussion has been had, there's a motion to adopt SR 25-10. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Representative Barnes.
Aye.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Aye.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson-Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
No.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
SR 25-10, supporting the expansion of Shirley Chisholm Elementary School into a dual language education campus, has passed 11-1.
Thank you. And now I believe we come back to what Representative Goulet was speaking about as we
Yeah.
talk about.
And I apologize for jumping ahead of my colleague to my right here. If there's no objection, I'd like to move items D through E in block, since they're all interconnected. And they sink or swim together.
There's been a motion to block the next 4.
Next 3.
Next 3. I apologize. The next 3.
Hearing no objection, may I speak to it very briefly? Yeah, so I think the reason, I think you mentioned 4, is that I should have mentioned this earlier, is another improvement we've made to this legislation, in addition to taking out the definition change that I think concerns some members, is we've taken the permanent bill off the agenda for consideration so that we can thoughtfully think through a long-term solution to this issue. And I think that's a very important change that we've made. We're not trying to say we know what's best right now. We want to turn to educational experts, pediatricians, child development experts, hear from DCPS, because as I state, we are truly on our own in this policy as an outlier in terms of requiring the youngest kids to go to school in kindergarten, but then now apparently not providing the exceptions that were always understood to be written into the DCMR for proficiency. So I think we need to really spend some time to get this right. So what we've done with this legislation is limit it to solving the immediate problem, is to make sure that no children who are looking forward to going to kindergarten in the fall are prevented from doing so by what's been a tremendous amount of confusion and lack of notice of what's a pretty significant policy change, and I think one that creates a lot of concerns. I think we were at a place where educators were listened to, whether it was an educator at a private pre-K that determined a child wasn't ready to start pre-K3 at a certain age, or whether it was a student moving in from out of state and then the parent deciding which grade the student was able to go to based on the last grade completed in that state. I think that was a good system and it was working well. I think this change really does put us in a place where we're by ourselves, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think it draws some red flags, and we need to look seriously at it. So I'm not going to try to do that in this resolution. I think we've really improved the bill by taking out those permanent changes, and all we do here, as I say, is provide an exception for these students who were caught up in this change and didn't have notice. So we give a 2-year exception to students on this issue, and I think that's very prudent and very limited, and then we can come back and work constructively on a longer solution. Last point I'll make is I think Representative Thompson, you touched upon this, is what this means as a board. If we transmit this legislation, it doesn't solve the problem. And I think all the families know that. They're aware that this is only one step in a solution, is we are not, by passing the transmission of the legislation, solving the problem. Council needs to approve the legislation. I think what this does, though, is it discharges our duties to the fullest extent we have. I mean, we have as a board an obligation to hear from our constituents. We oversee, even though we oversee state standards, we have under our statutory authority and, a purview of educational oversight that we're supposed to execute. And then we have under our authority the ability as an independent agency under DC Code to introduce legislation. So I think we as a board will have done all we can do in the role that we have. And I think that's important because I can say to families in my ward who have been traumatized by this decision that we have exercised our duties, and now we can take up an advocacy cause and go to council, work constructively with them to try to get this approved in July and get these children into the grades that they are proficient in, and then hopefully in 2 years come back with a solution that really works for everybody across the city. So I appreciate everybody again one last time. My colleagues, thank you for your changes to this that have improved it over the last month. I think we've made some really significant progress and now have something that is ready for vote both here and at council. So thank you all, and ask you to support this.
Any other comments, discussion? So you've asked to block the next three, which are let students attend kindergarten emergency declaration resolution of 2025, let students attend kindergarten emergency amendment act of 2025, let students attend kindergarten temporary amendment act of 2025. Is what you have asked to be blocked. I don't see it here, but I'm going to ask the question to see if it's needed. Was there a student advisory committee meeting? It's not needed? Okay, thank you. All right. There's now a motion to transmit this legislation to council. Director Butler.
So moved.
But there's a motion to move it. It's been moved by Representative Goulet. It's been seconded by?
Second.
By Representative Johnson-Law.
There's a question before the board if the full board needs to vote to agree to allow the block to happen. That vote never occurred. Okay. Eric moved and seconded, and then he started straight into discussion, but there was no vote on whether or not, from the rest of the board, if they agreed to that change in the agenda. Yes.
Right. So you moved to block them.
Yeah.
There needs to be a vote on that. And so is there a motion to block those three?
So he's already moved it. It needs to be seconded.
It need to be seconded?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
So Representative Thompson has properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? It carries. Now, we're voting on the three that were blocked. We've had discussion, and so we are now.
The makers, Goulet, who's the second?
Right. So, you vote roll.
So I moved. I think it was Representative Johnson-Law, I believe, seconded.
Can't vote on it.
Yeah, I think Representative Johnson-Law had
Yeah, I
seconded
believe
it.
Second.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Director Butler?
Okay. The vote is to transmit the three pieces of legislation to the DC Council. Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson-Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
I abstain.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
The vote to transmit legislation D through F on tonight's agenda to the DC Council has passed 11-1.
Thank you.
Well, excuse me, 11-0 with one abstention.
All right. Thank you very much. The State Board will now move to adopt a consent agenda for the rest of our ceremonial resolutions. Director Butler, please read the title of the resolutions to be included in tonight's consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I object. I would ask that the resolutions be read separately.
Representative Goulet has objected to them being considered.
All of the CRs, or just?
I ask that they be considered separately. Well, I think there's only 4, so if we take the 3 out, then it's just 1, so.
All right, so that, and I thank you, Representative Thompson. That negates there being a consent agenda, so that being the case at this particular point. Representative Butler, we have a number of resolutions that you get to read.
Mr. Chairman, I have, on the first one, I have no objection to the measure. It is tradition not to read CRs, so I don't ask that CR 25-3 be read.
That needs to be second from someone on the board.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Thank you. That carries. So, Representative Director Butler, I believe.
So we'll be calling the roll since the reading has been waived. Is there any discussion on CR 25-3?
All right. I'll just discuss a little bit. For the public watching, we love supporting cultural clubs here. This was by one of my very, very good friends, and we hope that specifically if you have children or no students, we hope that this inspires your kids to not only reach out to get these resources, but also hopefully to start their own clubs, to join their own clubs, to discover not only their identities, but or like explore their ethnicities, but also discover like other cultures. The Chinese Culture Club at Base DC is founded by a black girl, and that's like just an example of like you can be interested in multiple cultures, you can learn from a diversity of places, and that's kind of what school's all about.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to thank Representative Ting also for working with the Student Advisory Committee, working with this student on this resolution. I think you've set a record for the number of ceremonials and state resolutions any student rep has passed during his tenure on the board. So I just want to thank you for your leadership and working with the committee on this, and appreciate you.
All right. So now, we've waived the reading on this particular one, right?
We did waive, someone needs to
Move it. So now we're voting to,
I move.
a motion to
I
vote
move.
on
Second.
CR 23.
What? I need to say it.
25-3, supporting Culture Club guidelines in DC schools.
I'm sorry, I want to move that we vote on CR 24-3, supporting Culture Club guidelines and.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
by Thompson and Barnes.
That's correct. Yeah, Director, call the vote.
So the CRs don't get a voice vote.
Okay.
They don't get a roll.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Any abstentions? It carries. I now turn back to Director Butler.
CR 25-3, State Board of Education ceremonial resolution supporting Culture Club guidelines in DC schools has passed.
All right. We now move to CR 25-5, recognizing 2024-25 student representative Khalik Barnes from the Great Ward 8.
So moved.
It has been moved by Representative Thompson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, now we can have.
It's
some
Ward 8
discussions.
second.
Yeah,
Ward
she
8's gonna
gets it.
second.
Okay, now we can have some discussions and some nice comments about Representative Khalid Barnes. Who wants to be first?
Mr. Chairman.
From her ward, I will give her from her ward. I'll go to Johnson Law.
Thank you, Mr. President. Representative Khalid Barnes, first of all, we just love you. I can't believe I only met you this year. I feel like I've known you for, honestly, like the last 3 to 4 years. But I am just so grateful for you and thankful for you and just honestly in awe of all your leadership. It's not easy putting yourself out there, especially with all the things that you've been doing. I know you held a whole youth forum. You were at recess at the Capitol. You've conducted countless interviews, and the list just goes on and on and on, and just how you raise up youth voices. It's not an easy thing to do, especially when you feel that necessarily people aren't listening until it looks bad on them. And so coming from Ward 8 and just all the things that we go through in Ward 8, I just want to say we love you. Thank you. Keep your eye on the prize. We're going to finish school. Don't make me come to Morehouse. And I will call your mom, Ms. Camille. I'm putting this on public record so she can see me and hear me. And keep God first. We love you.
Next. Who would like to speak? And
Point of order, or more point of history. Do we traditionally read these resolutions into the record?
Yes.
Okay. Then I won't waive any of the readings, because they're so fantastic that we need to hear each of them.
The State Board of Education ceremonial resolution recognizing the 2024-2025 student representative Khalid Barnes. Whereas the DC State Board of Education is committed to advancing academic outcome for all students in the District of Columbia, regardless of their background. Whereas student voice and representation are critical components of the State Board's work. Whereas the Student Advisory Committee was established on March 2015 to provide a voice for all students in the District of Columbia and to promote communication between the State Board, students, and other education decision makers. Whereas the SAC has met monthly to discuss policy issues of importance to students, convene speakers and presenters to share insights and engage their respective students in district high school to advance the work of the State Board. Whereas Khalid Barnes, who is graduating this year from Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School, was appointed by the State Board as a student representative in 2024. Whereas in a Washington Informer article on his appointment as a student representative, Mr. Barnes expressed his belief that leadership within government is the most viable means to affect change. Whereas examples of Mr. Barnes' advocacy leadership, including serving as the Thurgood Marshall Academy Student Body President for the school year 2024-2025, attending recess at the Capitol, serving as a youth minister in his community, organizing youth speak out rallies, and testifying at the Council of the District of Columbia's March 18, 2025 Committee of the Whole Student Voices on Education Public Roundtable. Whereas Mr. Barnes served on the State Board's Student Experience and Engagement Committee to advocate for and analyze policies to improve student health and well-being, safety, including safe passage operations, and school climate in DC schools. Whereas through Mr. Barnes' ability to listen and collaborate with his fellow student representatives, the SAC, he helped successfully publish the school year 2024-2025 SAC Annual Report. Whereas Mr. Barnes' leadership and advocacy have significantly strengthened the State Board's commitment to integrating student perspectives into policymaking, thereby enriching the educational experience of all students, for all students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education recognizes Khalid Barnes' contributions and exemplary service to the District of Columbia on behalf of his fellow students, and be it finally resolved that the State Board wishes Khalid Barnes the best of luck in his studies at Morehouse College and all of his future endeavors.
Thank you. Now, we can go back to discussions after the reading. Representative Thompson?
Okay, Representative Barnes, a couple things I think you should know. One of the things that I have most appreciated, one of the reasons well, I'm not gonna say the student reps are my favorite, but the student reps might be my favorite, not just because you all run like an amazing meeting, but because you all consistently, more than any of us, myself included, raise things that we wouldn't see. Because you all are actually in schools every day, living the experience. And one of the things that I appreciate about you, Representative Barnes, is you are always trying to make things better, not just for yourself, but for the people around you. I don't know if you know, but the reason that we have Ubers for our students is actually because of you. Because you said to me when I asked you, well, you were on the SAC, and you seem to be all these other places, and you're doing all these things. Why did you stop coming to the Student Advisory Committee meetings? And you were like, I so want to be there, but I got to be able to get home, and we get out too late. And I said, I think we can solve that problem. And you said, okay, and I'll come back, and you did. But you didn't make that better just for you. You made that better for everybody that'll come beyond you, because we made a commitment to say that we want students who are not always given opportunities like this, to have opportunities like this. And you made it clear how we can actually do that in practice. And so I so appreciate just your candor and your commitment to raising your voice. And I do wish you absolutely the best of luck at Morehouse. I will leave you with, since you are going to be a Morehouse man, a quote from one of your former presidents, Dr. Benjamin Mays. He said, it isn't a calamity to die with dreams unfulfilled, but a calamity not to dream. And I have no doubt that not only that you dream big dreams now, but we will see you living those dreams in real life. And so congratulations, Khalid, and thank you so much for everything you've done.
Thank you. Is there other comments?
Representative Barnes, I just put three things on the record real quickly. First, I just want to thank you for being a member of the Student Experience and Engagement Committee and an active member. Your decision to bring in safe passages to have that discussion that we had last week was really helpful, and I thought was one of the most constructive discussions we've had about how we you get solutions on student safety. So that was extremely helpful. You've been an active member of the committee, and it's been tough getting quorum sometimes because it's just we need to get people there on tough schedules, and you've always been there for it. Also, your testimony before the DC Council was truly phenomenal, and I think the passion you bring to these youth advocacy issues is something that we need in this city. And the third thing is I just hope you come back. I hope you come back to DC and you bring that passion from Morehouse back here, and that you come and make a difference in our city after you graduate. So it's been an honor. I hope you stay in touch with us, and thanks for being on the committee, and I've enjoyed working with you a tremendous amount.
Representative Best.
Yeah, so Mr. Barnes, you are everywhere doing everything. I look up online and, I see you doing great things, and I just want to say, keep up the good work and in your leadership as you move on to the future, because I know you will be a leader somewhere doing great things. I want you to continue to ensure that the people closest to the pain have avenues to be closest to the power. And I think that if you do that in your leadership, you will continue to be successful.
Representative Ting.
Yeah, not just speaking as like a colleague, but also as a peer colleague. Even the first time we met was at the orientation for the student reppers, and I saw your outfit. It was great as usual, and I thought this guy is serious. And honestly, you are the intensity with which you just continuously relentlessly advocate, not just like with Recess to the Capitol, but like the youth events that you organize, all the like things that you lead. Just too many to name, honestly. Like that Instagram story feed is just constantly going on. It's just like, it's just amazing. I don't know how you do it. I don't see any Monster Energy drinks on your desk, so we really have to take some notes. But thank you again. It's Capri Sun instead. But thank you again, Kalik, for just everything you've done on the state board this year.
Thank you. Representative Mayor.
I think all of the student reps can relate to being inspired by people who are older than us, like all of you, but it is much rarer and more unique to be inspired by someone our same age, and you are one of the most inspiring people that I've ever met, and it has been an honor to work with you this last year. You have this energy that is just infectious. Your presentations before the SAC, your enthusiasm brought something to those meetings that neither Ryan nor I could. Your contributions have been so significant and meaningful, and it has been such a delight to know you and work with you, and we have to hang out after this because we have to stay in touch, and we'll come back and visit all of you. So thank you so much for everything, Kalik.
Thank you. Are there other comments? All right. As president, I get to go last. So what I will say to you is this, young man. We've had the opportunity to do a lot together, have a lot of conversations over the course of this year, and I've watched you in the ward and how you move, what your passions are. You are ready for Morehouse. I know you have to go there and go for 4 years and you become a Morehouse man, but by watching you, you've always been a Morehouse man to me. I know quite a few, and you've always moved like a Morehouse man. I am ecstatic about coming to visit you, continuing the mentorship that we have, that we share between each other, being there to support you. College is not easy. I have a daughter that came from Spelman, so I know that area quite well, and it's going to be challenging at times, but you have to know that you have a whole community here that is going to ensure that you are successful at Morehouse. You may be in Atlanta, but we'll still be close to you, and you don't hesitate to make sure that you reach out whenever you need to, okay? So we're proud of you, you know, and we couldn't say in words just, we know your future is bright, okay? And we want to help you stay on that path. So congratulations. All right. With that being said, I believe we have to take a vote on the ceremony. It's all in favor, since we just took voice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstention? Thank you. Our next one is CR 25-6, recognizing 2425 Student Representative Anna Mayer. We will now first read it into the records.
Well, it needs to be moved and seconded, and then.
So moved.
Second.
You're probably moved and seconded.
Okay. State Board of Education ceremony resolution recognizing the 2024-2025 student representative Anna Mayer. Whereas the DC State Board of Education is committed to advancing academic outcomes for all students in the District of Columbia, regardless of their background, whereas student voice and representation are critical components of student boards or the state board's work. Whereas the Student Advisory Committee was established in March 2015 to provide a voice for all students in the District of Columbia and to promote communication between the state board, students, and other education decision makers. Whereas the SAC has met monthly to discuss education policy issues of importance to students, convene speakers and presenters to share insights, and engage with their peers to advance the work of the DC State Board. Whereas Anna Mayer, who will be graduating this year from School Without Walls High School, was appointed to the State Board as a student representative in 2024. Whereas prior to her swearing in as a student representative, Ms. Mayer co-founded and led the Sunrise Movement Hub at School Without Walls, which included the planning and coordination of hundreds of DCPS students to testify at the State Board public meetings and Council of the District of Columbia hearings on the Green New Deal for students. Whereas Ms. Mayer's leadership, tenacity, and outreach to State Board members, the Sunrise Movement successfully advocated for the State Board to unanimously pass SR 24-3, calling for a Green New Deal for schools at its January 14th, 2024 public meeting. Whereas Ms. Mayer has served as a pillar in her community by volunteering at the Amazing Life Games, preschool, and Cards for Hospital Kids, and working for the Loft Collective facilitating workshops, among other youth-focused work. Whereas during her tenure as student representative, Ms. Mayer successfully introduced and collaborated with elected State Board members and passed SR 25-1, addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning issues in public schools in the District of Columbia at the State Board's February 19, 2025 public meeting. Whereas Ms. Mayer served on the Student Experience and Engagement Committee, the College Career and Life Readiness Committee, and the Everyday Counts Task Force, led by the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Whereas through Ms. Mayer's ability to listen and to collaborate with her fellow student representatives and SAC members, she helped successfully publish the school year 2024-2025 SAC Annual Report. Whereas Ms. Mayer's leadership and advocacy have significantly strengthened the State Board's commitment to integrating student perspectives into policy making, thereby enriching the educational experience of all students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board recognizes Anna Mayer's contributions and exemplary service to the District of Columbia on behalf of fellow students, and be it finally resolved that the State Board wishes Anna Mayer the best of luck in her studies at Swarthmore College and all future endeavors.
Thank you. We now welcome discussions, and the first hand that goes up is Representative Best.
Oh my. So, look, I think you set the tone for, these student reps before you became a student rep, right? Like, I just remember it like it was yesterday, sitting here looking to my colleagues on the left and the right saying, oh my, this is gonna be a long night, when you came in with like 40 students, all prepped and ready to go. And I think like that is the work, right? It's like understanding how to move people, understanding how the system works. And like you said, hey, like we're not gonna leave until you guys pass this, and we're gonna be here and y'all kept coming back. And so like I think about this group of student reps, and like I've seen more accomplished in I've only been here for a short amount. Well, I guess it's not short, but I've only seen a couple versions of student reps, and by far you all have been so incredibly active, and I think that you have set that tone like before you even became a rep. And so I know that you also, all three of you, are gonna be amazing leaders because you already are. And honestly, I think that y'all are probably the best reps on this board. And so like, once again, just wanna, give you your flowers, and that's all.
Thank you. I saw Representative Barnes raise his hand.
Thank you. I definitely do want to say to Anna, you have been the mother of the group. You definitely made sure you corrected us whenever we were wrong. Me and Ryan could both say that because we be cutting up 90% of the time, and she just get us in line. But overall, your leadership style, the way that you just take the responsibility when necessary, you pick up when necessary, and overall, you're just a natural born leader. And that truly is something that is amazing to me. And then not only that, but the way you just show forth character. Your character is just impeccable, and overall, you just show you have this demeanor to where it's like you understand who you are, you know what you want to do, and you know how to do it. And as a young woman growing up in this district, that's very inspiring to see, because we have a lot of our young women who are lost. But you show that, you know, no matter what it is, no matter where you come from, you have the opportunity to thrive exceedingly. And I definitely appreciate that about you. And not only that, I definitely appreciate your corny jokes that you make about me and Ryan 90% of the day. But I truly am going to miss you, and I got you. We're going to hang out, I promise.
Thank you. Representative T.
Yeah, same here, Anna. It's been really amazing to have you here. I mean, even before I was like a student rep, I kept hearing about the Sunrise Movement, and then I was surprised to see like you were actually here, like as someone I could like see every month. And you've really kept it real, from always making sure that you're always like the anchor at the SEC planning meetings or the SEC just meetings or the working session, et cetera, making sure that like Khalik and I can get a little bit unserious at times, and sometimes we'll have to rely on you to tell us to rein it in a little bit. I'm really happy to see the work you've done, like for example, like SR 25-1, the first resolution we passed all year, and working with DGS on this like really complicated issue, like just really just great work, and I'm so happy to have been your peer and colleague on this board here.
Thank you. Representative Goulet.
Thank you, like everyone, for serving on the Student Experience and Engagement Committee. That has been a pleasure. I want to just highlight a couple things. Representative Best already talked about this. You provided the gold star standard for advocacy before any board, because not only did you double the number of people you had each month until we passed what you wanted, you also each told a different story each time, and it was just coordinated testimony, impressive advocacy, and it really stands as, I think, what is a national model for a Green New Deal for schools. Now, we've got a lot we've still got to get implemented in there, but what has been approved by this board, thanks to your leadership before you even got on the board, I think will stand the test of time, and I think we will start to see some of those things go into law and into policy here in the city. What I hope you'll do is whatever is not done in the Green New Deal for schools, that you'll come back after college, like I said to Representative Barnes. So if we as a board or the DC Council or the mayor hasn't gotten those things done, I hope you'll come back, take care of the rest of that, and then make us the greenest city in the world here in Washington, D.C., which I would like to see us be. I also want to mention two other quick things that people may not know. One is that you are the School Without Walls Senior Splashing Water Champion. And I was leaving a meeting, and she and another student are like staging this mock, I mean, it looked like a mafia hit outside for Instagram. And I was like, what is going on? And she's like, I'll just follow the Southwest Water Tag site. And you won. You beat all the other students in that endeavor. And then one other thing you did, which I haven't forgotten, is you are good at beating people, because you beat me on an amendment. And I've never lost an amendment. And you beat me. And it was on an ASHRAE standard that you believed in, and you stuck to it. And I will say I've never been more proud of someone beating me at something in my entire life. So the fact you were able to stand up to me, stick to your guns on that, and win is so impressive. And I know you make a big difference in whatever you do, and I really do hope you come back, because we need you here in the city, and I think you're going to make a big difference wherever you go. But I hope you'll come back here and make us the greenest city in the world. So thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Representative Thompson. Okay. Go ahead.
So I think there's an age-old question that people ask: how do you eat an elephant? The right answer is one bite at a time. And I think what Representative Goulet just referenced, how we all met you, Anna, was before us, pre-student representative. And you literally just took that elephant apart. And I remember being on a call with you and Representative Goulet and a few other students, and I was like, okay, so y'all know this is not like the end of things, and you were like, well, tell us what to do. And we talked about it, and then I left you in the very capable, but a little bit scary hands of Representative Goulet, because I was like, okay, Representative Goulet with monster drinks and students is probably going to be Phil's worst nightmare when they go down to DC Council, but you all did it. And it was so impressive. And so I have been impressed by you since the moment you showed up in our chambers. I have appreciated being, I guess, a peer of yours on this board and a colleague, because you know how to do something that I think, it doesn't matter at what age, some people never learn how to do, which is like, you fight for the thing, you get it, or you don't, and then you move on, and then you start again. And I have seen you kind of work across ideology and all the different things, and that is amazing, because the one thing that's happening in this country is folks do not want to and do not know how to talk to people they don't agree with. And I truly believe that in order for us to have a productive, healthy future, we need more of you, which can say, okay, you know what, I might not see it your way. Most times it's Representative Goulet. But let me help you, like, let me try to understand that. Let me show you why, you know, I see it the way I do, but also let me respect you as a human, and understand that. And so I so appreciate that about you. Please don't change that, because I think it is truly what we need to kind of save our world. So thank you.
Thank you. First of all, again, I love you, and I call you the quiet storm, because I feel like nobody really sees you coming, and then you just completely, I mean, with the advocacy, with the resolutions, the amendments, it's just like, wait, when did all this happen? Because she was working diligently, the quiet storm. So don't lose that, you know, you're gonna need that in this life. And sometimes you gotta get loud, but also too, a lot of this work is really, really done behind the scenes, and it's really hard work. And honestly, it's really a thankless job, whether we're appointed or elected. Just doing the work in the community is really a thankless job. So I personally just wanted to say thank you, and that I love you, and I'm proud of you.
I apologize, Representative Ting.
And I also have a request from Nicholas. He also wanted to say that the first thing he did when writing SR 25-8 was look up your Green New Deal for inspiration. He said you've been really inspirational just for like, you know, how to get stuff done.
I'm not going to sing my own praises, but I did just want to say to all of you that this has been hands down one of the best experiences of my life, and I have learned so much from each and every one of you. And in everything that I do, which I don't know what it will be yet, but I hope it will be amazing, I'll remember every single one of you and what you've taught me, and aspire to be like you and how you are on this board and in your communities, because it has just been such an amazing experience. So thank you all so much.
Okay, as I look around, I'll end by saying this. I've heard the word advocacy quite, a few times in describing you. What I'll say from the very beginning of meeting you, coming here to this body, is that you're an amazing organizer. And that's what stakes out to me. You get into an issue, and it's one thing to advocate for an issue, it's another thing to get people to organize around that issue. And as Representative Bess alluded to, every single time you came back, there was more people, and you were more succinct about the issue. And everyone, as they said, had a different story. It wasn't just like the same story over and over again. That's an organizer. And there have been organizers, as we know, that have went on to be president, starting as an organizer. I'm wishing you the best. I'm wishing you those same things, okay? Because you have all that talent, and I look forward to watching it, being a cheerleader for it. So thank you for your service to this board. Thank you so much. We will now vote on SR 25-6, recognizing 2425 student representative on a mayor. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Thank you. We next move to our last resolution, which is CR 2025-7, recognizing 2425 Student Representative Ryan Ting.
So moved.
It has been moved.
Second.
Can I get a second? It was moved by Thompson, seconded by Representative Best. Thank you so much. Please read the ceremonial resolution.
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution recognizing the 2024-2025 Student Representative Ryan Ting. Whereas the DC State Board of Education is committed to advancing academic outcomes for all students in the District of Columbia, regardless of their background. Whereas student voice and representation are critical components of the State Board's work. Whereas the Student Advisory Committee was established in March 2015 to provide a voice for all students in the District of Columbia and to promote communication between the State Board, students, and other education decision makers. Whereas the SSC has met monthly to discuss education policy issues of importance to students, convened speakers and presenters to share insights and engage with their respective students at the district high schools to advance the work of the State Board. Whereas Ryan Ting, who will be graduating this year from Basis DC Public Charter School, was appointed by the State Board as a student representative in 2024. Whereas Mr. Ting has been a pillar in his community through his offering of free tutoring to middle school students in DC, and his service on the Office of the State Superintendent's Literacy Education Task Force in 2023. Whereas Mr. Ting also demonstrated exceptional leadership serving as a youth mayor for YMCA's DC Youth and Government Program and leader of the programming and math clubs at Basis DC. Whereas during his tenure on the State Board student representative for the 2024-2025 school year, Mr. Ting served on the State Board's College Career and Life Readiness Committee to promote legislation which advances after-school programs, career and technical education, and digital literacy. Whereas Mr. Ting's hard work and dedication to drive positive change in education led to successfully introducing, working with elected State Board members and passing the following 3 resolutions. SR 25-5, promoting STEM, supporting technology, equality, and math. SR 25-9, calling for public funding for the Public Charter School Athletic Association. CR 25-3, supporting cultural club guidelines in DC schools. Whereas through Mr. Ting's ability to listen and collaborate with his fellow student representatives and SAC members, he helped successfully publish the 2024-2025 school year SAC annual report. Mr. Ting's leadership and advocacy have significantly strengthened the State Board's commitment to integrating student perspectives into policymaking, thereby enriching the educational experience for all students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board recognizes Ryan Ting's contributions and exemplary service to the District of Columbia on behalf of fellow students, and be it finally resolved that the State Board wishes Ryan Ting the very best of luck in his studies at Harvard University and all future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Butler. I'm going to go to Representative Best right off the bat.
All right. So I was actually, and I didn't realize this until now, I was trying to realize why you all were like my favorite group that I've worked with so far. And I realized that we have, with Kalik, it's advocacy, Anna, it's like organizing, and then you, it's like legislation, right? And it's like, all together, you all are like the perfect group. And I think sometimes, like, as an elected leader, like, one of the things that you really just want to do is make sure that, like, when you're gone, there's something that lives on after you because of the work that you've done. And just like they said, you've already passed 3 resolutions. And, like, you know, when I think about, like, some of the stuff like the charter school athletics work, like, that is really big. And so I think about the work that you all have done and the attention to detail that you've provided, and your leadership, even when I go to those meetings that you guys are having, is something that is really, really unique and inspiring. And so I just want to say, like, continue to do the hard work, and, like, I see you fully doing this on a higher level someday in the very near future.
Thank you. Representative Johnson-Law.
Again, love you, proud of you, and so thankful for you. I think you're always thinking about others, and usually, not even usually, all the time, you're always thinking about others who are furthest from opportunity. You're always uplifting Ward 7 and 8. Like when you did the calculator resolution, you were thinking about the most marginalized communities. And a lot of times, not all the time, but sometimes, you know, they're thought about last. And so for you to continue to always uplift our students east of the river who may not have the same opportunities as a lot of our other schools, I just want to say thank you, Representative Ting. Like, we really just appreciate you, and we know you're going to do amazing at Harvard, but just keep being you. I'm proud of you.
Ryan, your 3 resolutions are very impressive, but I think what is more impressive is that each of those resolutions, and I know this because I saw you working on them and I saw the process, came from talking to your peers and ideas that came to fruition through collaboration with others, some of whom are sitting right there. And I think that speaks to one of your greatest strengths, which is working with your community and advocating for the people who are most important to you. And I've had the privilege of seeing you work with the SAC and with the State Board and also with YAG in that setting, and just seeing you in your element is such an amazing thing. Having the experience of working with you this year has been truly amazing, and I would be totally unsurprised to see your name on some very big ballot in the next few election cycles. You have to join Khalik and I's hangout, which is totally going to happen. And yeah, I've been delighted to have this experience with you, and thank you so much for everything you've done for the SAC and the State Board and the student reps, and you're the best. And your photography is great.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Goulet.
Well, I just want to thank you for being, again, a part of the Student Experience and Engagement Committee. It really did have the coolest committee in history. And not due to me at all, due to all of you, and of course Representative Johnson-Law here as well. But one thing I want to just say is with these resolutions, not only did you do 3 of them, which is going to be a record that's hard to top, but these weren't things that were just like, we need chocolate milk back in the schools or something like that. These were detail-oriented, complex resolutions. And we're sitting there at a committee meeting, and we've got Representative Ting, you know, on the screen putting in changes and really getting deep down in the weeds of these resolutions. So you made these happen. I mean, on the Student Cultural Clubs issue, it was just something I didn't have time for because I was knee-deep in the kindergarten issue. And you just said, I'll take it on. And you took it from start to finish and got it done yourself. And, you know, we helped facilitate it through committee, but you did all the work. And that is just truly impressive, that you can understand the complexity of this. I mean, sitting down and understanding the interrelationship between charter schools, like DC public schools, how the funding formula works, and then how that funding is distributed out of the schools is something most adults never grasp in their lifetime. But you sat down, you figured it out, you know, in just a matter of months, and it is just truly impressive. And it's been just, again, a pleasure. I hope you come back and take what you learned at Harvard and come back to DC to lead here, because the 3 of you are going to be an unstoppable force if you come back together. And then that picture that I got autographed is going to be worth a lot of money and hanging on my wall. So I'm so excited to have gotten to work with the 3 of you, and it'll be hard-pressed for the SAC to be able to match this next year, but I hope they will, because it's been a pleasure. So thank you, Ryan, and good luck to you.
Okay, so I remember coming to swear you in, almost not making it because I had no idea where basis was. Your parents being there, which I thought was wonderful, and how proud they were of you. And I remember the speech you gave to your fellow students about who you were about to be as a representative. And it stuck with me because, and this has come up as far as understanding complex things and helping to actually actualize them and making others understand, but because you broke down, like, not just like what you wanted to do, but what your new responsibility was and why you were excited about it in a way that was so compelling. but also was accessible. And I kind of knew in that moment that not only did folks understand, but they were going to take you up on that offer, which is what we have absolutely seen. Folks will say, like, you know, policy is their love language. Policy is my love language. And what I think is policy is actually empathy in action if you do it right. And I think that's what we've seen with everything that you have put before this board. Now, I will say, this is probably not the most empathetic. As a Penn alum, I'm never rooting for Harvard except for right now, because their petty is unparalleled, right, at this moment in time. And that being said, I wish you all the best at Harvard. Cambridge is a little bit too cold for me. But when you go there, I want you to know that you should take advantage of every opportunity in that space. Every single one of them, just like you took advantage of every opportunity in this space. I am so proud of you, Representative Ting. I have no doubt that everything you have done will go down in history because it's literally written in the books. You did that. And it's almost like Winston Churchill, who said, history will be kind to me because I wrote it. We will make no mistake that Representative Ting was here. And so thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for everything you will do. And it has been a pleasure to serve with you on this board.
Thank you. Representative Barnes.
To my dog, Ryan, my guy, I do want to tell you how wholeheartedly I appreciate you for, you know, all the random text messages you would send me, all the memes you'll send in the group chat. I promise you, when I get home, I'm going to put together a clip of every single Ryan moment that we've had thus far. Just a random outburst, a random just comments, I'm putting it together. But I do want to tell you, your intellect, your brilliance, everything that you brought to the table from the beginning. I remember walking in and seeing you, and you had a whole laptop with that mouse, and I was like, what is he doing already? We just got started. I was like, why, right? I saw how you was dressed. I said, I got competition, and I was ready, right? But at the end of the day, you brought forth power, you brought forth conviction, you brought forth clarity, and overall, you just brought forth something that is different and unique. And I definitely do believe I'll be seeing you somewhere, some way, probably at Harvard. Who knows? You might do something down there, and you're going to do something truly great. You're going to do things very much great because you have the power now. You're already doing things. You're already walking in it. But I definitely do believe there's something bigger waiting for you. And man, I'm just ready to endeavor on this journey with you because, like I said, you don't know what's coming for you, man. You're a great guy. You're a good kid. You know what I'm saying? And just don't cut up too much down Harvard. That's all I'm gonna say.
Right. Thank you all for the phrases. I don't deserve them, and I would also like to thank. I would also like to thank everybody here who's helped me, especially Darren and Jen, honestly, because like the amount of times I've texted them, especially Darren, and like all these like random changes and like amendments, and then all like I don't know how I dragged them through this madness, and they can still smile, but I'm so happy that we've had such a great policy team. Darren's been really amazing as helping with the SAC. I mean, 3 years on the SAC, and this is really just truly the best I've ever seen it. I wouldn't be here without not only you guys, but also like Taya Washington, who's not here, but you all know Taya, former representative. She was the person who actually introduced me to both youth in government and SAC, and without her guidance, her leadership, she's doing great at Howard University, and I see her all the time because she comes back to basis to visit. There have been so many coincidences, so many opportunities that have led us all to this point, and I'm so very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that being said, I get to speak last. That was a great closing, though. And had I not had something to say, I would have let us end on that. But I do want to say, Representative Ting, being the age that I am at this particular point in my life and stuff like that, I've seen a lot of politicians and people, say things and do certain things. And it's rare that I get inspired. And I just want to tell you, you truly inspired me. You the way you go about doing the work on behalf of others is truly inspiring. I hope you never, ever lose that your integrity is above reproach. And also, as everyone knows, and I said multiple times, I always come to this body as a parent. You had the opportunity, or my daughter had the opportunity to be at that weekend. My daughter is not a government person. She does not like politics or student government. But she came back home ranting and raving about all that she had saw with you and that weekend, and that inspired her to want to do more around government and advocacy. And when a parent sees that and they get it from another person close to their age, it just touches your spirit. It truly does. So I want to thank you for being an inspiring public servant already at this age. Thank you so much. With that, we will now vote on CR 25-7, recognizing 2425, Student Representative Ryan Ting. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? I knew there wouldn't be. Any abstentions? It's carried. We are done. All right, that ends all of our resolutions. And, okay. I was just looking around. Members, are there any announcements or comments you would like to do before we adjourn? Representative Thompson?
One reminder, we said at the top of the meeting, but if you made it to the end of the meeting, I'm going to remind folks again, and I'm going to remind members, our task force for high school graduation applications are open through June 30th. If you are like me and you tend to be out in these streets, the state board staff will make copies for you of the flyers, just like we do for the SAC applications. So I encourage folks to encourage other folks to come on and get on this task force because we are accepting applications, and we do have flyers if members want them, and everything is on our socials and on the state board website.
Okay. Thank you so much. Are there any other comments or announcements? With no further business before the state board, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Johnson Law.
Second.
Second, third.
I don't know which student representative did it. Mayor, thank you for your second. A motion has been made to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? We are now adjourned.